Welcome to the Ojai City Council regular meeting. Welcome to the Ojai City Council regular meeting of September 23rd. Roll call.
Councilmember Blatz.
Here.
Councilmember Clapp.
Present.
Councilmember Lara.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Smith.
Here.
Mayor Strobel.
Present. And Councilmember Clapp, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Follow me, please. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we do have a full house this evening. I'm going to ask the members of the audience to please be respectful and hold your conversations to an absolute minimum. Show respect for the council members and for the speaker at the dais. If you wish to speak on an item that's on the agenda, please fill out a speaker card. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Okay. And our first item is a presentation on Measure J, the school bond. And Dr. Hank Bangser, welcome. It's good to have you. You want to go ahead and do your presentation?
Thank you, Mayor Strobel. It's good to see everybody again and meet Mr. Fletcher for the first time. I think it's always important when you have a speaking part to know where you stand in the agenda and for the whole evening, and given all the people here and the chock full agenda. I've spoken with Rob Clark a bit, and I've spoken with Steve a little bit in terms of getting ready for tonight, Steve McClary. I think what I'd prefer to do is just walk you through the materials very briefly that I submitted last week. I brought a number of copies for the audience. Obviously, ran a little short because you weren't expecting quite this many people, I think. But I will say that every document that is here has been available on our website for, in some cases, quite a while, in some cases a little bit more briefly. It's been mailed home to a number of different types of citizen groups, and we'll continue to inform the community as these weeks unfold between now and November 4th. So, very briefly, after the cover page, of course, the frequently asked questions document is a piece of material that we've updated several times since its first iteration on August 25th. I've tried to be responsive to questions that have arisen that I think would enhance the document, and so there are a couple of different statements and concepts that have been represented here. The one in particular that changed, just direct your attention to the second to last one on the back of the page. What will Measure J cost taxpayers? What I found, not surprisingly, is that a number of people were very interested in how will my present taxes change if Measure J passes, and how does the Ojai School District tax rate compare with tax rates across the county? So in text form, one of the answers is found in this paragraph. If you turn to the next page, I'm moving fairly quickly here. If you turn to the next page, you can see a document that I didn't create, although I wrote some text in it. But the material, as you can see, comes directly from the Ventura County Auditor's Office. And what it tells us is that unequivocally, for the last significant number of years, taxpayers in the Ojai Unified School Districts have paid by far the lowest taxes in the county, by far. In fact, as you can see from the text, 27% lower than the 15th district. Yeah, so we're 16 firmly placed there at the bottom. And what this means is, I want to be clear, that this is not all the taxes that you pay for schools. Right? The majority, the great majority of taxes paid by California taxpayers across the state is controlled by Sacramento. By every $100,000 of assessed valuation you have in your property, there's a certain amount of dollars that are assessed for school taxes that should be relatively equal or almost exactly equal across the state. This document shows you the discrete decision made by individual school districts that would add on to that amount. So if you go home and look at your tax bill, you'll see that there's a line that identifies the number of tax dollars paid according to Proposition 13, right? The late 1970s legislation. What this shows you is the bond amount by district. Every district has a bond amount going back a number of years for whatever the repairs are that were needed, and 2 districts have a parcel tax. One that's rather astronomical, Oak Park, and the other, our neighbors, Ventura. So you can see then that if you just add the $35, if we're successful on November 4th, if you add $35 to this $23.90, you can see that the Ojai Unified School District moved from 16th to 14th, still a very reasonable number. That's just the cost. The benefit of this project, I hope, has been made clear by a number of different sources, particularly if you turn to the next page. A very interesting, I think, hopefully illuminating chamber-sponsored event where I was asked a number of questions before I came on that Tuesday, and then numerous questions on that Tuesday, which then was reported on Friday in a very well-done article in the Ojai Valley News. So if you haven't seen it before, I brought this for you to look at. And I think more than anything else, it would say to the community, and the reason I'm here tonight is because you are key communicators, obviously. You're well-known people in the city, although the city obviously is only a part of the school district, but you're well-known, you're respected, and your opinions matter. And what matters to me is to be clear. Who's that talking out there? Am I missing something? Oh, you're interpreting. I'm sorry, I got that. Thank you. I was looking there. Thank you. Now I got it. Thank you. I've been here that much. Now I understand. Thank you. Should have asked before I started. Anyhow, so, but what I hope is clear is that ultimately when you come down to these kinds of efforts, whether it's a school district or a city, the question that has to be asked is, what happens if we don't do it? If we don't do it. And I can tell you, I've been at this business quite a long time, that the Ojai Unified School District physical infrastructure is at a serious state. Now, it got there through a variety of reasons. There was a bond in '97, but that's a long time ago. And even then, that didn't cover everything. So now here we are almost 20 years later. And so the question is, if it isn't done, and we have to wait another 2, 4, 6, or 8 years, what will the conditions be for those children? We have a crumbling infrastructure. We have plumbing that almost can't be repaired anymore. We have repaired repairs. So I'm just simply coming to you on behalf of the school district and on behalf of the staff and the parents, the community and the students, saying to you, it is past time, past time. And we tried to be, as the board tried to be, we all tried to be, as economical as possible. We chose the absolute smallest number of dollars we could responsibly ask for. And again, if you get on the website, you can see what larger number of dollars, 50, almost $60 million, almost $100 million would have done. We just simply couldn't ask for that much, given what we learned from a telephone survey back in January that the community would support. The last document is the text that would appear specifically in your voting materials, and then at the end, although it's actually a separate statement, the 75-word or less ballot measure that actually will appear on the ballot. And that's asking support from the community for the $35 million to do the kinds of repairs that are articulated in the ballot text and also, I think, well documented in the FAQ document and also the Ojai Valley News article. So let me stop there. And Steve and Rob, you said sort of a 15-minute slot. I would like to cede the rest of my time to any questions that any council member would have for me.
Any questions from council members? Is there anyone in the audience that has a question for Dr. Bangser? Okay. Come up to the podium. Well, let's just call you Craig. That's what I was going to call you anyway.
Hi, Carolyn. Members of the council, is council knows, I'm a land use attorney, but I've also been engaged with probably at least 20 or 30 school districts in public facility financing using various bond techniques. The comment that I would make is the summary of the bond issue that our superintendent referred to is not actually the voter authorization. The voter authorization is the full text measure of the bond issue, which consumes several pages of authorizations for all kinds of things beyond merely rehabilitation of schools. Equipment, athletic fields, a lot of other things. It's solely within the priority call of a future board, since we have several seats up, to determine how, if this bond measure passes, it will be spent. My admonition to the voters generally, having worked on these measures, is if you want to know everything that can be done with priorities as to how much and when and what have you, you need to read the full text measure of the bond issue. My suggestion is there are things in there that some people might not like and other people will highly approve of. But the statements that have been made with respect to, frankly, politicking of this are not binding on the board. What's binding on the board is what goes actually in the full text measure of the ballot. So read carefully, and I advise the council and citizens, read carefully and see whether or not you're satisfied with all the choices that are made, from doing something to doing nothing, even on individual schools. You wish to endorse this, or simply admonish the voters in town to read the full text measure of the bond carefully. And again, I've literally worked on financing more schools than the Ojai district has by a factor of probably 4 or 5. So I'm familiar with this area. It's one of the things I do. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience wish to comment regarding Measure J? And give us your name.
Thank you, Mayor Strobel. Steve Quillisi, 516 West Eucalyptus, and a candidate for council. I just had a couple of questions because I haven't been able to find the answers on the school board's website or in the material presented today. As I think we all know, if we compare today's Ojai School District student population with that of perhaps 20 years ago, we're down about 40%. I'd like to know what percentage of the classrooms are to be fixed with this bond money. Is it all of them, that is 40% more classrooms than we need, or is it to take care of the student population that we have now? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Banks, would you like to address that?
Sure. Let me just respond to Mr. Beam first. So, can I just ask you a question? When you talk about the full ballot text, you're talking about this ballot measure text? This here? Okay, so we agree, exactly, which is why I brought it. So we completely agree that this is the broadest definition of the work that can be done. In the materials sent out, it would be rather difficult to identify all 20-plus items that are in here, but we've been very front and center from the first time I ever put any materials on the website, that if you turn to page 3 onto page 4, starting with repair, upgrade, and replace roofs, that's the first dot, all the way to the last one, all work necessary. I completely agree that there is flexibility in here to do the work that ultimately is identified as first priority, second, third, and fourth. All of this cannot be done with $35 million across all the schools. It's literally impossible. So there will have to be some decisions made by staff, by the board, and by the oversight committee, which is a requirement when you have a 55% bond vote as opposed to 2/3. And as I said at the chamber meeting, initially included in this article and then with a follow-up email, there is a tremendous amount of interaction that is dictated by the law, and I would argue even more in a small town like this, between the work done by the board and staff and the oversight committee to be sure that all dollars garnered by a successful vote are spent correctly and in accordance with this ballot text. So I agree with Mr. Beam. That's absolutely right. It's broad, but it also will be very, very transparent and public. As to Mr. Quillisi's question, let's just talk about facts. In 1997, That was the pinnacle of enrollment in this district at about 4,200. This year, we're a little under 2,700, so you have a drop of not quite 40, but it's a decline of a little bit more than a third. As I also said in the meeting of the chamber, it would be irresponsible for me and way out front of the new board to try to determine which of the present campuses would not be used in the upcoming years. The two that obviously have received the most commentary are Summit School and the district office Chaparral preschool environment. I can 100% assure you that decisions made on how much of the existing schools to renovate will take into consideration how many classrooms we need for that school. For example, right now, the school that actually has the most open space is Miners Oaks. Okay, they're down to about 310, 15 students. I wasn't around, but I understand at one point they had about 600, right? So obviously, we have lots of open classrooms there, and we would only renovate the number of classrooms that we would need to house the student enrollment at that juncture and projected in the future. The last thing I would say is that the projections for future enrollment, we think probably the most likely number we would level off in the mid-2,500s. So we're pretty close to the nadir of enrollment. And I could not sit here and tell you that I know for sure in 2018, 2022, how many schools there will be in this district. I can assure you that there'll be a Nordhoff High School. I can assure you there'll be a Matilaha school. That's actually the right name. I can assure you there will be several elementary schools, but I can't tell you how many. And that absolutely, as I've said numerous times, will be on the agenda of this next board, front and center, to at least take a look at the best way to house our elementary enrollment over the next number of years, specifically to make a decision on Summit School, which is a separate entity by itself and has a whole lot of very interesting ways of potentially financing it or not. Does that help? Okay?
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from anyone in the audience for Dr. Bangser? No? None from council?
I think an additional $35 from every homeowner who in the Ojai Unified District is a pittance. I cannot tell you how little we pay for our schools. If we were, what are we, next to Alabama or something, Hank, in the rating for states?
In the bottom five.
The bottom 5 of all the 50 states in this union, and what we pay ADA, which is attendance, average daily attendance for our students. It's absolutely shameful. So the $35 is very much needed. I voted for the first time we tried to pass a bond, and it only lost by 1 or 2%. I think this town has this very big senior population. I think the seniors need to perhaps be accommodated in what they are paying. The fact is, they all at one point had children in our system who benefited from California's terrific school system. And it's very, very selfish thinking to have allowed our schools to fall to the lower 5th for California. So I think I've said all I have to say.
And I have visited the website and read the various documents on there. There's a lot of information available for anyone who wants to check these things out. And probably if you have questions, you can call Dr. Bangser and he'll get an answer for you. I personally support Measure J. I think it's crucial. We have to care for our children, our young people. They're our leaders of tomorrow. They're just so important. So I also support Measure J. Any other comments?
Can I speak?
Yes.
I was going to wait until later, but it seems like this is actually the best time. My name is Kevin Ruff, and I am one of the 9 candidates for the school board. And I just wanted to briefly, introduce myself, but also to talk about Measure J. I'm a lawyer. I've been practicing for over 25 years. I live on the East End with my family. We've always attended the K through 12 schools at Ojai. I have a kindergartner. I've got a 4th grader. I've got a Matilaha kid who also takes math at Nordhoff. So we've got it pretty well covered right now. And as I've been going around town, and we've got a really robust election going on, and I think both city council and school board. One thing that I encounter all the time are people inevitably who love our schools, who want to support our schools. I know Mr. Beam, who spoke about the legal issues in connection with the bond, also is in support of the schools. What I can say is that I believe Measure J is one of these inflection points. It's one of those moments in time when you kind of have to step up and say, you know, are you with us or are you against us? As one of those parents whose kids give rise to that ADA that you're talking about, you know, each of those kids that show up in our public schools, they bring money with them, and it requires the confidence of and the buy-in of the parents to keep bringing those kids to these schools. And let's face it, our schools are not just for us with kids, they're for our whole community. They're what keeps our community alive and robust and keeps it flowing with new ideas. So yes, there may be some issues with respect to the limitations or lack of limitations in the description of Measure J. But that said, as somebody who aspires to be on your school board, if I am on the board, I assure you that we'll make sure that that money is spent exclusively for good use. And you know, when you make a comment like, hey, it's also, there's a reference to the fields. Well, the fields are in dire shape. You know, I'm a AYSO coach. They are in dire shape. You know, kids are getting hurt. So bottom line is, I'm very much in favor of Measure J, and thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you. I see a hand out there. Is there someone attached to that hand that would like to speak? Okay. And give us your name, please.
Hi, I'm Cindy Kalmanson, and my daughter was in Topa Topa for 3 years, and I saw a whole lot of waste happening every day. So with all this new money coming in, I would hope that they would do away with all of the waste. Every single day, stacks, towers of trays are being tossed out in the trash. Food is being thrown out. Air conditionings are on all the time. There's always a screen light on. There's computers, projectors going on all the time. I couldn't believe the waste that I saw a lot, and resources too. I mean, books were sent home to do for homework. I mean, full-on books, science books were bought and sent home, never used in class. That's a lot of money. Math books for kindergartners for home. So, yeah, I'm all for making sure that schools are safe. But let's not forget about tightening the belt a little of the waste that goes on daily. I'm sure there's a lot of money being dumped down the drain in energy costs, food costs. There was some way that we could do away with all of the waste in the food area. I think we could teach the kids a lot that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to comment? Okay, and thank you, Dr. Banks.
Thank you.
The next item is the presentation, the Ojai Day poster.
Good evening. I need this. Good evening, Mayor Strobel and honorable members of the council. Thank you so much for having me. We're just waiting for the PowerPoint and the bug. I'm here tonight to present to you the Ojai Day 2014 poster. This this year we were blessed with 13 super high quality submissions. We were extremely impressed, and it was very difficult to decide. And the winning piece was chosen by a selection committee comprised of commissioners, local business owners, artists, Ojai Day team members and artists, and with input from the public that we gathered via our Facebook pages. We were very excited, and the process was very difficult this year, but we're really happy with our final selection, which is Parade of Oranges 2 by Guy Wan. And we chose it because it just really is very bold and very graphic, and it depicts the Ojai in just a really iconic and classic way. So here it is for you.
Very nice.
The poster and the contest were sponsored by Herald Printing. I highly recommend them to everyone. They're fantastic. The artist this year, Guy Wan, is a longtime Ojai resident. Having attended Nordhoff High School, he developed a love of ceramics, which he pursued until around 2008, when he began developing this style of painting. And it's become so well known that he's currently exhibiting at the Ojai Valley Inn and Spa, and he was named the 2013 Best Artist of the Ojai Valley by the Ojai Valley News. So these posters will be available for sale both at City Hall and the Recreation Department, and in the information booth on Ojai Day, which is October 18th this year.
And that is a wonderful poster.
It's great. And it's always the third Saturday in October, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is, this is the time for public comment. If you would like to make a comment on an item not on the agenda, this is the time to do that, and we would ask you to submit a speaker card. Deborah Moe?
Hi, guys. Deborah Moe. I'm here to commend, not condemn. I just wanted to say that the meeting that we had at Sarasota about the skate park, I thought it was just such a wonderful meeting. I think all the comments, the brainstorming, coming together with the couple of the Recreation Department and the City Council, I think it was very well thought out. I also want to say that I think it's appalling that this city council gave $10,000 to the Green Coalition for the dark skies when there's money coming out of people's pockets for the water. I think that's on the agenda flow, so I won't touch on that too much. I can't remember the guy's name that wrote the article about some of us don't want the green police. Not that they don't do some good stuff, but I don't think that we need a green police to tell us to turn our light down, patrolling our neighborhood saying, you're getting a ticket because your light is too bright. Gail Topping, that started this ordinance, doesn't even live in city limits, and that blows my mind. Anyway, and the leaf blowers, that's on the agenda as well, right? Okay, well then, okay, I'm just dying to bite on that.
If you want to comment on those things, you can submit more than one card, or I could even make a note on this one.
Okay, make a note.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, real quickly, may I ask the city manager a quick question about
Yes.
the Green Coalition? The Green Coalition, are they being given permission to cite and fine people?
No. Their role in the lighting ordinance is to provide up to 80 residents with shields for their porch lights, to demonstrate how that can be done so that it serves as a model for the future.
And how do they find the 80 people that would be given these lights?
That's up to them to locate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And there was a lady who said she wanted to make a comment. I just wanted to let her know that if I don't have a card for her, I will call on you. I will call on you when I finish with the cards I have. Christine Golden, and Christine is the chair of our Arts Commission.
Thank you, Mayor Strobel and council members. I'm going to give you a report tonight on the goings-on of the Art Commission. There's a lot going on. First, I want to tell you that we're working on new guidelines that are given to developers who need to comply with the Muni Code in regards to public art. When the ordinance was rewritten and changed, we now find ourselves having to also change the guidelines to match the new language of the ordinance. So we're working on that right now, and we're really excited about presenting a package to developers that will be really easy to follow and make it very clear what their options are when they have to comply with the percentage for the arts program, or the public arts program as it usually is called. Our grant process is underway as of last week. I understand we received 8 grants. They've been farmed out to various members of the Arts Commission. We'll be studying those grants. We'll be contacting the grant writers. They'll be making presentations at our next meeting. And then in November, we'll divvy up the money that we have, and it'll go, of course, to City Council for final approval. We would like to invite you, as well as the public, to the Peace Pole reception and dedication that is going to be held on October 21st. That's a Tuesday at 10:30 a.m. right over here in the community garden behind City Hall. And we would really like to have a great big turnout for the Peace Pole that is going to be installed in that area. While I'm talking about that, I'd like to make a correction to the article about the peace poles that are going up around the city of Ojai, because in that article it mentioned that community garden was going to be turned into an art destination, an art garden. And I just want you to know that there has been no action or discussion at Arts Commission as to the future of city garden, no formal conversation. There has been some informal conversations about the possibilities that might happen in that very lovely space back there. So I just want you to know that that was an error on the part of the reporter. It was not an Arts Commission reporter that wrote that article. We are in the process of posting our 5-year goals on the Arts Commission website. There's a direct link between the city website and the Arts Commission website. So you will see our 5-year goals posted there in no short order. They were approved at our last meeting, which was last Thursday. On October 16th at 5 p.m., and we really, really hope that you all come, there will be a reception and viewing of the work by this year's student artist mentors. And I just want to mention that we have Jimmy Caleri, who is working with a student on music theory and harmony. We have Elise Bogofsky-Harris and Linda Taylor, who are working with a student on drawing and printmaking. We have Kyle Crowner, who is working with a student in the area of fabric arts, and Gail Hercher, who is working with a student on construction of mosaics. So it should be a very exciting showing. Those of you that were at the reception last year, which is our first year for this program, remember how absolutely thrilling it was to see what the students who worked with their mentors produced. And in particular, I want to mention that one of the mentors, John Slade, who developed icing with Walt Whitman and used that as the model for working with his student mentor, has been nominated for a Grammy Award. So we are really, really excited for John, and that he was one of our mentors and used that program as the model for what he did. If you remember, Chance Lang was the student, and he did a whole segment where he studied the music and the life of Bob Dylan and then made a presentation. It just gave us all goosebumps. There's a little bit more. On the walls behind you, the 2 spots that are left, since the TV took one of them away, is the work of Dana Tartaglia. Dana is really an incredible artist. For those of you that do not realize, Dana took over Trowbridge Gallery, and it is now Tartaglia Gallery. And do go in there. She is carrying some of the best artists in Southern California in all areas, abstract realism, you name it. It's just a fantastic gallery. And Dana herself is quite a fine artist. If those of you who want to walk through the invitational gallery will see a selection of her koi paintings, which are very vibrant and luminescent, and also floral works by her are in the halls. If you go to the gallery, you'll also see some of her equestrian paintings. She does a fine job also with horses. See if there's anything else. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very
questions
much
from
for your
council?
attention.
Thank you, Christine. And Mr. Ruff, I have the speaker card. Did you want to make a comment under?
No, thank you.
Okay.
Good.
And Craig Beam, did you have a comment, additional comments for under public comment?
No.
Okay.
Just read the stuff. Tells you what you need to know.
Okay. Ben Edwards?
Mayor Strobel, City Council members, my name is Ben Edwards, and I represent the Ojai Valley Bicycle Coalition. And what we'd like to do today is just basically introduce ourselves to you and let you know what we've been up to for about the last year. The coalition formed last year based around some of the conflict happening at the skate park. And we decided the most proactive solution to that was to actually build the bike riders in this community, our youth, that are riding bikes, their own park. And out of that, this coalition was born. And our goal was to create a bike park and a plan that we could then present to the city that was well vetted, professionally designed, had a site in place, and sort of we crossed all of our T's and dotted our I's. And that we created that plan working with the Ojai Unified School District on using the vacant lot behind the skate park. Right at sort of the 1 yard line there, we realized that that land was not going to be available due to what Dr. Bangser talked about today, just the financial problems in the city. And we had to scrap that plan and start over. And then we learned during the skate park workshop that the city really didn't know much about what we were doing. So rather than have that happen again, we've decided to come to public comments and let you know that you're going to be hearing quite a bit from us in the upcoming months. We're going to be hopefully working with City Manager, Mr. Clark, working with Steve McClary and the Parks and Rec to find a city site that'll work for our bike park. And if you look at, I don't know if everyone has a little 2-page sheet we handed out. On the back sheet of that, just the basics about what a bike park is, how inexpensive it can be to build a bike park, how quickly it can be built, and some of the other communities that have bike parks and are a big part of their community. Communities like Truckee, California, Boulder, Colorado, Austin, Texas. It's definitely a growing trend. And so a lot of communities have dealt with the issues that we're dealing with here in terms of bikes and skateboards and mixed use at skate park. I think that is basically it. As the coalition, we've also worked to help create the Bike to School Week, working with the folks at the Mop Shop. We promote a local bike race that will be again November 1st and 2nd here in Ojai, actually at Lake Casitas, but a lot of community support for that. And I would like to ask the City Council any questions right now you have for us this time.
I don't have any questions, but I think it would be a really good idea when you're ready.
Yes.
To have a presentation placed on the council's agenda.
Yes.
And that would give the community more information.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of a presentation when you're ready.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly what our plan was last time. And having lost the site at the last minute, we felt it was prudent to let you know what we're up to. And we will present that plan to you when we have a site locked down. And you'll learn
Any
all about
questions
it
from council? Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is William Ulrich.
Good evening. William Ulrich, 487 Gridley Road. I'm here actually to comment in support of something that I think has been done partially by the city, by this council, but it's not completely formed or executed, and that has to do with liaisons with certain entities that are that exist in the valley that are very important to the business, the perhaps growth, perhaps the survival of the city. In particular, I'm thinking in terms of Ojai Valley Sanitation District. Since they're about to embark on a program that I could describe as real estate proctology, and the investigation of each and every sewer lateral in their district, which will be virtually every sewer lateral in the city. This potentially will affect, each and every property owner. Since the purpose of this is to determine exfiltration potentials from the laterals, and also because they've also deemed it acceptable to extend the responsibility of the property owner for the lateral to the connection with the main in the right-of-way, which is not exactly the typical manifestation of responsibility in most sanitation districts. And I would like to just emphasize that I'm cognizant that this body has indicated that there is to be a liaison with that agency, but that apparently has not occurred during the last 3 meetings, which have been rather significant as far as policy for that body. So it's nice to have something, but it's even better if it actually is executed. And perhaps the individual who's responsible for that doesn't really want to do it, or is tired or something like that, and it would be nice if someone who cared was. I would also like to point out that while there are 2 of your members who are also the liaisons with another important body, that's the Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency, the last meeting was rather disruptive on account of apparent disagreement as between one of the liaisons and the president of that body. And water is almost as important. No, wait a minute. It's more important than sewers. Water doesn't go in, nothing comes out the sewer. So, on that note, thank you and good evening.
Thank you. And if you would come up to the podium, I don't have a card for you, I don't think. You wanted to speak on...
Lady?
The green.
Yes, I did. Are we bringing up the leaf blowers?
Okay.
No, not yet.
Do I have a, no, it's when we move to the leaf blower item, I'll make sure I call you up, but not yet.
Okay. All right. And when will that be?
It's the second item. So it'll be soon, but right now we're doing public comment on items not on the agenda.
Okay, and can you tell me when that will be?
No.
Right now.
Soon. No, we have to do the
Okay,
consent.
thank you very much.
Okay. Now, when I say right now, what we're doing right now is unscheduled items from the public. That means that items not on the agenda.
Okay.
Leaf blower is item number 2.
I thought this meeting, excuse me, was about the leaf blowers.
No, this is the regular City of Ojai Council meeting.
Okay.
It's about many issues.
All right.
Okay, so if you'd have a seat, I'll call
I
you.
will do that, and you guys look all bored. You know,
Thank you.
You're not really
Thank you very much.
attention.
Please have a seat.
Anything. I will do that
Thank you.
when I'm ready to. But all she's doing,
Put the timer on, please, Rhonda. Now, you have 3 minutes to make any comments you'd like.
okay, she's reading her script. She's not paying attention to anything, okay? You guys are all bored, okay? You're not really listening to anybody. Just boom, 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 okay? You don't really care about what we think in Ojai, okay? So I'll say my piece right now. We'll go on, and then I'll say more, okay? So let's get on with the agenda.
Madam, there
Go.
are papers
Thank you.
that
No,
we
let's don't
got
comment.
tonight.
So,
I have never seen these papers, and they have to do with the meeting.
yeah, all you do is look at
Reading in
papers.
preparation.
No, all you do is look at papers.
Enough.
Oh, yeah.
Please have a seat.
You know what?
Please
You
have
are
a
not
seat.
the judge and jury.
Well, actually, I'm pretty close.
No, I don't think so.
Yes. I'm the mayor of the City of Ojai, and I will...
You're going to come out.
No. You know what?
You're disrupting the meeting.
Carol.
Please have a seat
I will do that.
now, or I'll have you
Judge
escorted
that we
from the
have
chambers.
Is God. You're not the judge.
hear what she has to say.
He just did.
Quiet, and we're going to proceed with our meeting. Please sit down
I will do that.
now.
Yeah. Only God will tell me to do that. Not you. Get on with your.
Is it? I am not going to allow you to continue to disrupt the meeting. If you choose to do so, I'll ask that you be removed from the meeting.
You won't do that.
Yes, I will, starting now.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Is there anyone else in the audience that has a comment or would like to speak on items not on the agenda? Okay. The next item on our agenda is the consent calendar.
I move to approve. Second.
Roll call.
Blatz?
Yes.
Clapp?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Strobel?
Yes. The next item on our agenda is a public hearing. It's an introduction of the ordinance banning the operation of motorized leaf blowers within the city of Ojai. Mr. Clark?
Madam Mayor, at this time, I'm going to recuse myself. Conflict of interest.
Okay.
Thanks.
Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. The City Council's had a number of discussions of the leaf blower ordinance and has also participated in a demonstration where we saw how various types of leaf blowers operate. And at your July 22nd meeting, you directed the city attorney to draft an ordinance banning all leaf blowers within the city. And that is up for consideration this evening. As part of that process, we also prepared a negative declaration, and that was properly circulated and is available for your consideration tonight as well. The reasons cited for potentially banning leaf blowers are noise pollution, air pollution, and health risks. And in your report, we've outlined some information about those issues. A number of reasons were also mentioned to oppose the ban, and those include greater maintenance cost, economic impact on gardeners and homeowners, reduced levels of maintenance, and enforcement issues. The ordinance is written, as I indicated, bans all leaf blowers within the city, but there are certain agencies that are not affected by an ordinance adopted by the City Council of this nature, and that would include the state of California, which generally would be Caltrans, the county of Ventura, which Soul Park is the main example of, and the Unified School District, which would be any of their campuses. So even though they're not explicitly exempted in the ordinance, they in fact would not have to abide by it. Although there are no exceptions written into the proposed ordinance now, though they can be added by the City Council if you choose to. And there are a couple that we have suggested in the body of the report. First of all, the Ojai Valley Inn has requested that its golf course be exempted and that they generally be exempted. As we indicated, Soul Park Golf Course is exempted by act of law, and their argument is that not only is it expensive to use alternate means, but the impact of leaf blowers on their golf course is removed from the public and removed from their guests because they obviously give high credence to their guests' comfort and health. And I do believe that members of the Ojai Valley Inn are represented tonight and will be able to speak to you on that issue. Another possibility is private schools. Since the school district itself is exempt, it may make sense to consider exempting other schools. And then the third category is the Public Works Department. And the Public Works Director has provided a memo to you that's in your packet indicating the impacts of using leaf blowers, which generally are economic, about $27,000 per year, and also just our ability to keep the city as clean as we have historically. So if, after hearing input on this, the city council's interested in including exemptions, we can help you craft the language that would be necessary this evening, and that language can be inserted in it as part of the introduction. Or if you choose, it could be continued in order to further research potential exemptions. So I really don't have much more to present, but we'd be glad to respond to any questions that you have.
Any questions for staff from council? No? Mayor Pro Tem, did you have?
I assume that the golf course on the Ojai Valley, and we're talking about the greens, and I could see a rationale for having the leaf blower, if they can't use a vacuum to manicure the greens, but I assume the Ojai Valley Inn is not talking about an exemption for leaf blowers used in the parking lots or other areas of the hardscape, because basically leaf blowers are not meant to be used on hardscape. And it clearly says in the document that we got from one of the workshops that they should never be used on road shoulders, they should not be blown on other people's yard, they should not be used for blowing into the street. But I can certainly see it's reasonable to put an exception for green maintenance, because they're blowing it on grass, very fine grass, so there's not that much dust and dirt going on. So I'd like, when it's time, I'd like to hear the Ojai Valley Inn's reason for that, but I concur that for the greens, it might be a exception.
Any other questions, comments from council? Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I'll take the cards as close to the order in which I received them as possible. Allison Peters.
Hello, good evening. My name is Allison Peters. I live at 207 Park Road. That's a city lot, standard city lot. I write for the Ojai Quarterly, and I serve on the board, newly elected, of the Ojai Film Society. I have 4 oak trees on my property. They're not on my property, they're around my property on other properties that boundary mine. One of them is 70 feet tall. It's probably 30 feet in wingspan. The other 3 are about 40 feet to 50 feet high. They litter. They litter acorns and leaves. I couldn't even believe it. The first year I got here, 2010, I collected those leaves by myself, put them in, I would say, 20 to 25 of the ACE garbage bags, leaf bags, to be hauled out. Then I thought, what great mulch. I'll use them for mulch. They don't serve as mulch. They don't degrade. They don't crumple. They are just a barrier to water. I've tried it. I have since hired a yard person to come and blow the leaves. He blows them to a pile, he collects them, and he removes them. This is not the same activity that I see happening on Ojai Avenue at the Ojai Valley Inn and Spa, or between there and Matilaha Auditorium. Generally, what I see there is someone just walking down the street blowing dirt and leaves, and I can understand why someone would react to that. But in a yard where things are collected and disposed of, whether in green waste or if they have to be taken out in brown waste, I have a problem thinking that I would not be able to do that, especially as I just put down 4 cubic yards by myself of mulch through my garden. Now, if I'm expected to use a rake to collect that, I'm collecting my mulch. I put down the mulch to hold in the water. It seems like a catch-22. I can't win coming or going. I don't see why there has to be an outright ban. I don't see why we aren't talking about a middle approach. I don't see why we aren't making an effort at education for people that use these tools in their business. I'd like to know if noise is the problem, what you intend to do about mowers or the street sweeper or the dogs or the motorcycles. I can't collect these from the stone walkways. I have little 1-inch cube stone walkways, and I can't rake that. I have to go out and pick up the acorns by hand. I just think there's a better approach
Finish
to
up your
consider.
comments.
Pardon me?
Finish up your comments.
Yes. I just think there's a better approach. And I think people's livelihood need to be considered. I think people's abilities and limitations need to be considered, whether they have arthritis or bad backs or whatever. But I think an outright ban is presumptive. Thank you.
Please refrain from the clapping. It simply interrupts the meeting. We have a full agenda. Let's listen to our speakers. Cindy Calmerson, and I'm sure I didn't pronounce that correctly.
You're right. Hello, Cindy Kalmanson. I'm glad we're discussing this. I hope we find a win-win situation for everybody. And I would like to state my preference, which is the total ban, because I believe that keeps the playing field level. To enforce anything else would be almost impossible. However, I understand as well that by having a ban, we are going to impact the workers. So my feeling is they need to be restructured. If we're going to have a ban, then perhaps we can do a buy back the leaf blowers, because certain communities buy back guns. We can buy back the leaf blowers and provide funds or new tools to equip the gardeners for the new age we're living in, which is not something where we can just come and manicure lawns. Water should be used for food, and lawns are a big waste. Now, I said last time that you should learn how to be a gardener, and I was told that we are gardeners and that leaf blowing is just a small part of our job. So if it is true that leaf blowers is just a small fraction of the job of being a gardener, then it shouldn't be such a big transition. And I don't understand why raking leaves is such a hard thing to do. It's the least we can do to provide clean air for our children and our community and our neighbors. I don't understand why that's such an issue, and I don't even know that the people that use leaf blowers are really glad they're here, because they're the first ones to absorb all the pollution. If we do an outright ban, nobody can come. Nobody can come. Then you know what? If you're older and you can't do it, there are lots of kids in the neighborhood who would like to earn some money. Chores. What happened to chores? Kids used to do it. I grew up without leaf blowers. So there's always somebody who'd be willing to come and rake them. And besides, you might meet your neighbor and talk to them without having that drone noise around you. And driving, I see the trucks coming, and they're going fast. And they're polluting the air with the trucks, and then they're polluting the air with the machines. And this doesn't have to happen. The workers, I'm on your side. You get rid of those polluting machines, and if they don't want to, the homeowners don't want to pay a little more to have a little more time, then let it be their responsibility. They can employ the neighborhood kids. And you say I'm going to, that there's going to be job loss? I think quite the contrary. It's going to be, you're taking away a machine and you're going to get back the human person. And it might take two people to do a job that a machine took one person. So maybe you're going to employ some of these people standing around waiting for a job. So we're doing something for the community that way. We're employing more people. So I say let's buy back the leaf blowers, either provide them with the new tools they're going to need, and the money they can get will be from the fines from those using them still. And they should be fined, and the homeowners that employ them. So I hope we can find a win-win situation for everyone, because I don't want this to be a civil war. I love this place, and let's have our Shangri-La back.
Finish your comments, please. Thank you. And I'd like to remind everyone to please be respectful. Keep your comments until it's your turn at the podium. Please listen to our speakers. Our next speaker is Renee Roth. Is Renee here? Yes, I'm here. Okay. And limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Yes, I will. My name is Renee Roth. I live here in Ojai. Hello, Mayor Strobel and members of the council. First of all, I'd like to say that I do support a full ban of the leaf blowers. To me, the damage that the leaf blowers do cause far outweighs the meager benefits by many orders of magnitude. And I was hoping other people could speak to the pollution and the noise before me. But I'm going to just go ahead and talk about the landscape. I do landscape design work, and I try to help people retain water in their landscape, save water, do things sustainably, recycle their land, their leaves and their grass. Recycling those put nutrients back into the soil and allow the oak trees to survive during times of drought. And without those nutrients and the ability to retain water in the soil, it puts the plants at risk. So I would like you to please consider how these basically impact the landscape. So first of all, think about these nozzles that are blowing at speeds in the range of 180 miles an hour. And you're a little blade of grass or a little weed or a little leaf that's sitting out there on the ground. The winds that force this do not naturally occur on Earth, except during hurricanes or tornadoes. And worse still, because the wind is carrying away large quantities of heat from the hyperactive engine, it is also very hot and exceedingly dry, subjecting everything at ground level to blasts of hot, dry, hurricane-force winds would be ill-advised at any time, since it cannot fail to injure plants and open pathways for pests and diseases, while at the same time aiding and abetting the pathogens by distributing them over the widest possible area. So you take a mess and you start blowing it everywhere, and what's it going to do? It's going to spread. So in the summer, though, when the air is hot and the ground is dry and the plants are dehydrated and badly stressed, as they are so now, subjecting them to tornadic blasts of hot, dry air is nonsensical. It doesn't make sense, to put it kindly. So leaf blowers basically scour the earth, stripping the topsoil, desiccating roots, and killing the vital soil-dwelling organisms, while at the same time propelling hot clouds of dirt, dust, and dangerous contaminants. And I'd just like to end by saying that the gasoline leaf blowers have been banned in scores of cities across California. And none of the horrors that were predicted by landscapers, untidy lawns, escalating costs, declining property values, none of those have ever come to pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sousa Francina?
Good evening. Happy autumn equinox. What a great topic for the autumn change of season. I'm Sousa Francina, former city council member, former mayor, and I've been advocating for a ban on leaf blowers for about 20 years. I go back and see my early editorials, and I want to express my support for this, the comments made by the previous two speakers. You know, if you think about it, oak trees are our defining feature of Ojai. They are our heritage. So it's very ironic that we have somehow bought into this clean landscape that sees oak leaves as litter. Oak leaves are not litter, they are nutrients for the soil. And I think what we need to do, this is a golden opportunity. We're in a drought. Everyone understands that people are beginning to understand that we need mulch, layers of mulch to protect the earth. I'm not sure why the first speaker was not successful, collecting the oak leaves on her land, but I'm sure there are experts in that area that can help her so that she doesn't have to transport the oak leaves off of her property. I think many of the issues that people have can be handled by landscapers that promote. There are many, many professional landscapers that support a ban or severe restricted use of leaf blowers. One such organization is it's a professional organization called Biological Urban Gardening Services, and the acronym is BUGS. And BUGS has opposed the use of leaf blowers for many years for many reasons. There are many hidden costs when utilizing leaf blowers regularly. The leaf blower is the most overused and inappropriately used landscape tool. I don't want to repeat all the things that Renee already said, but it's clear to me that we need education and we need a paradigm shift in how we see leaves. And instead of eliminating leaves, landscapers need to educate their customers that organic material holds in moisture and provides nutrition to the plants. I believe that Ojai is way overdue to join the hundreds of other cities that have either banned or severely restricted leaf blowers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker, I believe it's Jamie Robles. And I apologize if I'm not.
You're right.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening. I just came here to support the blowers because that's part of the tool for us to make a living for our family. And I've been doing this for over 25 years in Ojai. And I don't think it's fair to just air pollution. That means, even a truck driving fast can make that air pollution, or sound, any bike, anything, make it, And if you guys talking about 2-cycle, how many machines have 2-cycle? They can eliminate all of it? I mean, I just don't think it's fair for that. Because we all have families, we have kids, we have to make a living. And that's for us it's one of the important tools to work. And we don't use it in the door, we use it for leaves, especially for those oak trees that we got so many here in Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Arce. Susanna Arce, I apologize.
Thank you. I'm here to oppose the ban on leaf blowers. I have no problem with leaf blowers. I'm not in the least concerned about them. And I was concerned about the manner in which the policy was passed. I was pleased to observe so many people at the meeting in May. I think it was the May meeting. There were a lot of people who came and spoke. And those people, you'll hear from them, they'll give you many more answers than I have about why it's important to keep that option available. I want them to be able to continue doing their job, cleaning people's homes, the sidewalks, the public areas of Ojai. I think the city staff did a good job in preparing a workable, sensible plan, and I really assumed that the council, unfortunately I was wrong, I assumed that the council would accept that plan. And I felt that it was modified and there were elements of it that could be used by the gardeners, by the people who use leaf blowers, and continue their work. I think a lot of other people felt that way too. I know there weren't as many people speaking at the July meeting as there were at the previous meeting. I was shocked by the sudden proposal and the subsequent vote to ban all leaf blowers. My first reaction was to get one and start using it and see just how this ban is going to be enforced. But I think it was passed on the flimsiest of evidence, disregarding the many valid reasons for the use of leaf blowers. I'm not optimistic about the outcome of this issue. I am optimistic about the coming election and a return to wisdom and prudence and a concern for the voices of the citizens.
Our next speaker, Steve Quillisi.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I also oppose the outright ban on leaf blowers, and I would like to call to your attention some items that are within the packet that you have in front of you. First of all, one of the things that I hope to do if I am ever in a position of some authority in the city is make sure that I have good data to make good decisions on behalf of the citizens and businesses of the city. Right now, in the first page of this ordinance, paragraph C quotes a lot of bad things about leaf blowers. It doesn't mention mowers, it doesn't mention edgers, it doesn't mention two-cycle motorcycles, nothing of the sort. And there's no data source quoted for any of that data. I don't know that I can trust it. In paragraph E on that first page, it cites an anonymous doctor from New York City who thinks that particulate matter and leaf blowers in particular is a bad thing. Who is this doctor? Do we have good data? Do we have real data on particulate matter? On the top of the next page, it quotes an article from the New York Times where a parenthetical phrase has been inserted. I don't know if that was done by the Times or if it was an editorializing by someone who opposes leaf blowers, but it says, talks about fine particles and inserts of the kind generated by leaf blowers. Where'd that come from? I don't know. If you go to table 4.3-2 of case TA 14-02, there is an ambient air quality data table there. I'm trying to figure out from this data, which presumably is presented to you in support of the ban, what problem are we trying to solve? There are no days in which the ambient air quality in Ojai, 0 days for 2009 through 2011, where particulate matter exceeded any federal or state standards. Finally, there's a memo from your Public Works Director to the City Manager suggesting providing an exemption for the use of low-noise blowers by the Public Works Department with restricted hours of 8 to 4. I would like to know why you would not propose to give the citizens of this city the same rights as the Public Works Department. I have no problem if you want to establish reasonable limits on the hours of operation of leaf blowers, perhaps even on the noise level of a leaf blower at a given measurable distance. But to outright ban them, in my opinion, is wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Colomi, and I probably messed that one up too.
You got it this time. And I'm going to give you a bio statement and publication list. Well, I'm going to take just the opposite view of the speaker just preceding me, and I'm going to speak to some technical issues that have actually received little attention so far in this discussion, dealing with air quality and human health impacts. In short, to summarize my bio, I have technical degrees from Stanford and Harvard universities, and I've taught at UC Irvine and UCLA in air pollution and human health effects work. I've also served on a number of federal committees, National Institutes of Health, NASA, and Department of Defense on air pollution issues and human exposure concerns. Leaf blowers are an air pollution health hazard. Both gas and electric blowers move loosely settled dust containing allergenic tree and shrub pollens, molds, and rodent allergens. Some people have had trouble finding these citations, but research at medical schools at Johns Hopkins, Harvard, UCLA, and USC address the potent allergy-inducing potential of rodent droppings. These are included in the dust that are raised by leaf blowers. Now I'm going to get technical here because I'm going to talk about particle size, which hasn't been discussed. Suspension aerosols are particles over about 15 micrometers in diameter. That's about the width of a human hair. Those settle out. That's what you see rising up when a leaf blower is blown. But they travel with the winds about 500 feet. You're not going to keep them at the boundary of somebody's property line. Those are aerosols that are irritating, they get in the nose and mouth, and workers around here use these. There's slight protection at that particle size. When you get a little bit smaller, we get into particles that the EPA regulates because they have definite human health effects, and they go into the deep recesses of the lungs. And that's at about 10 microns in aerodynamic diameter. That is a particle that's about the size of a human blood cell. So we're getting really, really tiny. We don't see them. But those have long residence times. They're blown up. They stay in the atmosphere for days, weeks, and months. They don't have any settling velocity. They don't have enough mass to fall out. So they're up there in the air. Now when we get a little bit smaller, when we get into the sub-micrometer particle, less than 1 micron, we're right in the wavelength of visible light. It does absolutely the opposite of a prism. Instead of spreading the light, it takes light and obscures it. That's why when we look at the vistas, the pink moment and the hillsides, it starts to get obliterated. It's as those submicron particles increase in concentration. All of these are factors which are affected in this community with this narrow valley by the use of leaf blowers. When we look specifically at gasoline-powered engines, I talked the previous effects were both gas and electric. With gasoline-powered engines, these two-stroke engines are very inefficient. These poor guys are putting this on their backpack. There are very high concentrations of two carcinogens, benzene and 1,3-butadiene. These do nothing for that. There's carbon monoxide in fairly high concentrations, again, right on their backs. These do nothing for that. So the human health effects of the particles include asthma, COPD, pneumoconiosis, heart attack, and premature death, all from fugitive dust. The evidence is very strong. It's out there in the literature. So my question is, what unites cities like Palo Alto, Santa Monica, Laguna Beach, Mill Valley? They're not dirty cities. They've all had the intelligence to completely ban leaf blowers.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Randy Haney.
That's a tough one to follow. I'm Randy Haney. I live at 513 Pleasant Avenue. I don't have a doctorate in wind or in feces or whatever else is blowing, but I'm just lost. First, I think what I like to do is put a synthetic lawn on my front lawn, call it a golf in my front yard, call it a golf course, and get an exemption. That's what I heard tonight. And I knew the minute that this was brought up and you did the ban, I was waiting for who was going to ask for the first exemption. And I knew it was going to be the city. I mean, we just have miles of asphalt, we have miles of sidewalks, we have miles of curbs, and we have acres of parkland. They have to be maintained. It's just, I'm lost on the ban. So the second thing I did is I went to the common sense side of this. And tonight I'm taking a poll internally in this room. And right now it's 4-4. 4 against, 4-4. And personally, I think the city's split on this, about 50-50. So my take from the beginning has been a common sense approach to this. You know, I'm not going to dispute this gentleman's knowledge or his beliefs. I think they're real to him. And I think that the people that use blowers for the good of this community, it's good for them. So banning something outright just does not make sense. Curbing the use of them, yes. Restricting the hours and training, yes. Not impacting people in adverse ways economically, yes, you just can't do this. So that's where I stand, obviously. Train, restrict, commit ourselves to the community, give it some time and see if that works, because I know it will. I have one other thing that I need to do. I think I gave it to you. I have an elderly couple that live down the street from me, and it is Ian and Carol Atkinson. And I'm going to read a letter that they asked me to read to you. My name is Ian Atkinson, and my wife is Carol Atkinson. We live in Ojai. We live our Ojai home on Pleasant Avenue, and they live 2 houses down from me. The only access to our home is across the driveway, which is on an incline and shaded by a large semi-deciduous tree that is nearly as old as our home. It's actually about 60 years old, and it's a Chinese elm. It's one of the most beautiful trees in the valley. The leaves from the tree make the driveway very slippery, and especially after a rain or early morning dew. As we and the majority of our friends are in our 80s, we are at a great risk of slipping, which could lead to serious injury if the driveway isn't kept as clear of leaves and debris as possible. Personally, I'm 86 years old and physically incapable of sweeping large expanses of driveway, not to mention the other landscape areas that are paved with irregular stones. Because of the drought, we are both legally and ethically and morally unable to hose down these areas. We rely on the ease of the blower to keep our property cleared, and now it seems you want to deprive us of this. I fully understand the drought issue, and now it seems you want to arbitrarily deprive us of this use. This ban on blowers not only seems arbitrary, but downright elitist. Sweeping is simply not an option for me and for countless seniors who populate this city. And I've said that all along. The seniors are going to be impacted, and people on fixed incomes will be impacted if you ban or if you ban the use of blowers. I heard that there is a claim that the dust is causing asthma rates to increase, but blowers are nothing new. So I don't know why you are blaming the increase if there really is on the blowers. I am sure there are many seniors and others in the community whose concerns are similar to ours. I urge you to reconsider this ridiculous ban on blowers, and I think you may be giving rise to a huge civil disobedience movement. Aren't there more important things on your agenda? And that leads me to the last thing.
Okay.
I do not,
Randy,
this is my last.
I allotted you extra time because you introduced the letter into the record.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask you to finish up your comments
This is the last thing I say.
quickly.
I do not want to live in a community where we have to turn one another in to police an ordinance. That's not the community that I was raised in, and that's not the community I want to live in.
Thank you. Don't do it. Okay, help me with this, Carol.
I think it's Schreiber or Schreiber Inga. Schreiber, Mr. Schreiber, Inga Schreiber? Okay.
And I'm not sure if, well, INGO is what it looks like. Schreiber.
First name.
Okay, there
It's
you
like
are.
a game without a B. Madam Mayor, Your Worship, esteemed members of council, my name is Ingo Schreiber.
Thank
like
you.
the famous town in the Czech Republic that brews a beer, Budweiser. I am wanting to make up some time. I simply want you to know that I oppose the proposed legislation before you. If you must protect us from rat faces, please make it unisono. That should be everybody, including the Works Department, and please knee on the agencies that are not required to follow this rule to do the same thing, because we all are due to live without the rat faces. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Abel Carraza?
Hi, my name is Seibo Carranza, and I live in Ojai, and I own a business of doing gardening. I've been in the city for about 20 years, and I'm kind of representing a lot of the gardeners that don't, speak English. They would like to, and we had meetings Sundays on the Sarsori Park with the gardeners, and we've been kind of like, we went around for months since we started the meetings. We got like over 300 petitions, and we brought them over to you on the first meeting. We have no answer what happened to them. What about the people they're asking, about, what happened to them? That's our question. We gave it to you guys. All the customers that we have, they are against banding blowers, and I thought that would count. It's like we were out there voting for you guys to help us as a community. Our community is asking not to abandon the blowers. So that's one thing that we have a question. What happened to those petitions? There were over 300.
Yeah, continue your comments and we'll follow up on that.
Sure. And the other thing, I have tested blowing, stop blowing on a residential using a rake. I mean, doing the blower would take you 20 minutes. We did a rake, using a rake, not using the blower. It took over an hour and a half. Calculating the time, what the customer would pay, it does not pencil it out for her because she cannot afford us, if we're there over, 2 hours or an hour and a half, because she's on a budget or she's a senior citizen. They can only afford so much. So either she would cancel us completely because she cannot afford us, or she cannot do it herself. So she would be in a high risk of a fire hazard because there's, weed abatement, weeds, leaves building up. What would you consider that, later? She will get a fine for not doing her weed abatement. She will get about, up to $3,000, $4,000 on her property taxes. Property taxes, they come and do, they come and do them. They put a lien on her house, $3,000. She didn't know anything about it because she gets notice. She can't afford it. So it will really, be a big impact on our gardeners. We can, we would have to spend more time. We would not be able to, use the time that you guys, would give us, 8 to 5, or 8 to 4, not working Saturdays or Sundays. A lot of gardeners, they would have to support their families. They would have to probably, work Sundays or late, making noise because they have to support their families. They cannot make it, reducing their costs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I will take this time to ask our city clerk if we have received a petition.
We received petitions that, I think in May, or at the first meeting we started discussing this, but I'll verify.
Workshop or?
I don't know. I'll have to research that and get back to you. I'll have to research it and get back.
Okay, our next speaker, and it's beautiful handwriting. It looks like Casey Kanzler.
Casey Kanzler. Nice hand, that's a nice
It's
signature,
lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
We had a demo on the quiet blowers. We talked about having tags on them. We talked about phasing out the noisy blowers. We talked about educating. There's a lot of gardeners that come from out of town that blow full throttle. You don't need to use those things at full capacity, just like driving a car. You could do 160 in a car, but you don't drive at 160, so you don't need to run your blower full blast. I've talked to my customers that I have in town, and I would take over a $6,000 hit a month. Well over that. They won't go for the raise. We've
We've swept, we've raked at some of the properties, the time that it would take, the man hours, they won't do it. They won't do it. Not only it affects me, but my workers that work for me. I'm losing money, they're losing money, I pay them by the hour. It's ridiculous what you guys were thinking about doing. It's about education. Educate these people. Why don't we go out and find these people that don't have business license? They're all over the place. You know, get them down here, make them pay, make them get the quiet blowers, and educate them. That's all there is. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Leonard Clave.
Good evening, Leonard Clay, 412 North Fulton Street. There have been some reasonable arguments against the ordinance. One argument that makes no sense is that we don't regulate dog barking or motorcycles or other things that make noise. You hear this argument frequently on environmental kind of issues, which is that if what you're proposing doesn't solve the entire problem, then it's a mistake to try and take on part of it. That argument, please just reject, because that just makes no sense. I'm too young to remember, but my dad tells me there was a day when there were no leaf blowers. And that time there were trees, presumably the trees lost leaves. There were golf courses back then as well. And somehow they managed to play golf and driveways got cleared. I mean, I'm not sure how it got done without leaf blowers, but my dad assures me that it did happen. When did leaves become equivalent to dirt? Leaves are not dirt. Leaves are natural occurring part of the life cycle that can bring life back to the land. What is dirt are bird and rodent and other animal droppings that wind up in the leaves and get blown into the air and into our lungs when those blowers start blowing. I live on Fulton Street. It's I don't know what size my lot is, not very big. It is impossible for a neighbor to use a leaf blower and not have stuff blow onto my property. We're right next to each other. It cannot be done. There's no part of the neighbor's property where the leaf blower would not blow stuff onto mine. It can't be done. I read in the paper that and it's been discussed here, that the city maintains it'll cost $26,000 extra for the city to get rid of leaf blowers. What is the cost in terms of health of our citizens, in terms of kids' asthma, in terms of, like I said, the animal feces blowing around in our air? How do you put a dollar value on quiet? You can't. And that doesn't mean, because it's hard to evaluate the dollar amount, it doesn't mean that it's free to do an alternative. There's a cost to banning leaf blowers. Maybe the city should set an example and be the first to not use the leaf blower and show people that it can be done. You know, people forget, like kids like me who weren't around in the days when there were no leaf blowers.
Finish up.
You need to, yes. Please take some action. I don't know if a total ban is appropriate, but we got to have it to start. They're stupid things, and for residential areas and street and blowing up dirt in the streets is dumb. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Bill Miley.
Good evening, Bill Miley, 919 North Signal Street. My position is I do not support a total ban. I support a modified, reasonable, fact-supported ordinance. And I would suggest a value here that good democracy is a compromise. All the factual evidence I'm going to talk about has been provided via email and links to the city manager. So here's my simple solution. I kind of like the present ordinance that hasn't been changed, but to modify it a little bit. What we need to do is look at the question of 2-cycle and 4-cycle engines, because 4-cycle engines produce less emissions. We need to look at the question of decibels and set a limit, like 65 decibels at 50 feet, and make sure it's lower. We need to talk about registering the equipment annually for something like $5, so we know the kind of equipment that includes battery-operated ones like I have. And so the evidence I'd like to talk about, let me just take a quick trip into all the roads. Vehicles create a massive amount of particulate matter, 10 and under and above, every day. And we're not talking about that. And that's a major part of the pollution that gets into our air. The closer you are to a major road, the closer you are to a signal where they're stopping and going, you get more particulate matter into the air. This is a booklet that was produced by the California Air Resources Board in 2010, updated. It's called Fugitive Dust Self-Inspection Handbook, How to Control It, What It Is, and Operating Tips. And I would like to go to the one page that I'd like to reference. It's beyond the pink paperclip. So here are 4 things they talk about. Fugitive dust is a problem in the city. Vehicles on streets and highways are constantly pulverizing, tossing up dust from the roadway, particles worn from the road, countless tires tracked on dirt and unpaved areas, litter, spills, plant debris, etc. Building and construction activities, unpaved shoulders, leaf blowers, and this is what the Air Resources Board says about leaf blowers. Leaf blowers are used to move leaves and dust into the street. We're asking people not to do that, right? Where, they say, the dust will be kicked up by a vehicle traffic again and again. So one way to do it would be to ban the cars on certain streets. So then we wouldn't have this being suspended all the time. That's just a joke. Okay. Okay. I only found 2 good studies. One was done by the San Joaquin Air Pollution Control District.
Finish it, Bill. Your 3 minutes are...
Okay. I have this study that shows that a push broom on concrete surface produces equal to and more particulate matter 2.5, and particulate matter 10, and total suspension than power blowing, vacuuming over concrete surfaces. So if we go to brooms on concrete surfaces, we're going to kick up more than the leaf blowers. Please use the facts. Please use the evidence. Otherwise, we're doing it on personal opinion, and that's not what we need to take ordinances on. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathy Avarkian.
Hi. I've lived here for over 30 years, and I have a guy who comes and uses leaf blower, and he just comes in and gets his job done, and it's done. He doesn't blow a lot of dust around, and I live next to Allison Peters, and her leaf blowers don't kick up much dust either. But she does have solar panels, and 30 years ago we didn't have solar panels. You know, things have changed over the years, and you got to get the leaves under the solar panels, and leaf blowers do a really good job of that. You know, I understand that some people use them excessively. I don't like that either. But I've also come up to like right by the arcade, waiting for people to cross the street, and I've seen people brushing their sidewalks, and I've got just as much dust from their brooms as I have a leaf blower. And, You know, I know that the biggest concern is the inn and their golf course and how much more this is going to cost them to rake it by hand. And they're pretty confident that their golf course is going to be exempt from the ban. And aside from the concerns of the inn, the Ojai Valley School District and the city itself, we have our middle-class working citizens in Ojai who also hire workers to keep the debris from all our trees from piling up in our yards. The street I live alone on, about every third house employs somewhere between 1 to 3 people to pick up the debris maybe once a week or every 2 weeks, and we don't expect our properties to look like golf courses. But with our huge oak trees, we do have a lot to maintain. Some of us have substituted wood chips to save water because water is an issue right now. And it's hard to use. It's almost impossible to use a rake to rake the same amount of debris off without actually raking the wood chips. I've never complained. I've never had one single complaint about our neighbors. Their workers go in and out of there really quick without creating a lot of dust. I also have concerns about, I guess mostly from Carol Smith, about rat and squirrel feces causing harm to our kids, because we're talking about outside areas. Most of this is concentrated under trees and in the grass or falling down below the wood chips, where you would think they would become fertilizer. The blowers only blow the surface to get the leaves and acorns, not enough to blow the rodent feces from deep within our lawns or under the wood chips. And cat and dog feces, we pick it up ourselves. We know that the Ojai Valley Inn and Spa will probably get their ban, or their exemption from the ban.
Finish up, please.
Yes, I will. I'd like to see the evidence that what comprises the dust that gets blown around has pulverized rat feces in it that kids are breathing that is giving them asthma. And my son had asthma, and he had rats and guinea pigs, and he cleaned the cages himself, and we have a dog. And I wonder, how many of these kids have pet rags and guinea pigs that, put them in closer contact with rat feces than a leaf blower. And
conclude your comments. The 3 minutes are up.
Okay, I'll leave.
Thank you. Nancy Prather.
Hi, my name is Nancy Prather. I'm the general manager of Ojai Valley Athletic Club, and I've lived in Ojai since 1986. I'm here on behalf of the club. We understand the issue with leaf blowers. One of the big problems for us is that we use blowers on our tennis courts, and we need to remove acorns, branches, leaves from the courts. It is a safety issue, and because we have 10 courts, hand sweeping is really not an option for us because a tennis court is huge. It's about 4 times the size of this room. And so I'm going to be very brief and just ask the council to work with us and try to find a less extreme solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Stan Green.
Good evening. My name is Stan Green. I live in the city. And I'm a little more confused than when I came in today. But bad facts make bad law. I think all the lawyers know that. The purpose of the rules on anything, especially in this, have to do with environmental issues. They have to do with noise, which we can limit. They have to do with exhaust, which we can limit. We can limit the days, the hours, we can limit the sound of the blowers. But the reason that we say we will ban it is because we say, well, why do you want to ban them? Because we can. It's something we can do. But whether or not that makes sense for everybody, we say, all right, well, it doesn't make sense if it's going to cost a lot for the city, so we exempt that. Golf courses, they've got their reasons, we exempt those. What about an exemption for people with tile roofs? How do you broom off a tile roof, when you want to clean leaves? How do you do that with shake roofs or any other roof where somebody's got to walk around on it? And we don't always get gardening people who weigh 90 pounds. So you're going to destroy a lot of structure by having somebody use a broom. And the information that Mr. Miley came up with that said, when you're on certain surfaces, whether you broom it, or you blow it, or you vacuum it, you're creating just as much particulate matter, regardless of the method that you use. So we're not dealing with facts, we're dealing with, oh, well, that doesn't seem right. Brooming really should be less, but it isn't. And the study that they did has data that says they measured this, and they measured the facts that the way that you do it is different, and the amount of particulate matter you get is very much different based on the surface, not on the method that you blow it or broom it with. So what do we do? Particulate matter like 2.5 and 10, those are the ones that you can inhale, that go deep into the lungs. And those are controlled. This stuff is unseen, it's unheard, there's no odor. So what do? We exempt all the roofs that are shake because of damage. Do we exempt all the places where brooming will create the same dust as blowing? Because that's what the facts are. The vacuuming and the blowing creating the same particulate matter as a broom. Now, you want to argue about that, but that study is out there. Okay. So what I'm saying is, we need to not base our exemption on the economic benefits if we're going to make exemptions. We are not someplace else. This is Ojai. What we need, because it's Ojai, is more wisdom and fewer rules. If we can get people smart enough to use these properly, we don't have to make up rules and have people yelling over the fence, "You're using a blower, I can hear you. That's against the law. They just passed it." Okay. So if there are no real benefits, I say we're not ready. Out of our own ignorance, we're not ready to say, I'm ready to put an ordinance in our city that bans the use of anything until I get some facts that support that. If we're not doing any good, why do we want to do this?
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mark Whitman. And let's keep our comments to 3 minutes. We have a lot of
I'll try my
speakers.
best. I think I'll be much shorter than Stan's. Good evening, members of the council. I'm Mark Whitman. My wife and myself, we own properties, 2 commercial properties here in town, 111 West Topa Topa and 108 Pauline Street. And I'm here to talk about why we're against the leaf blower ordinance. I think the basic question that we're all asking is, does the benefit of all leaf blowers outweigh the loss of our freedom to use the leaf blowers? But another question that needs to be asked is, where do we draw the line between protecting the people and micromanaging to the point of absurdity? I feel that banning all leaf blowers will cross that line. We currently use electric leaf blowers, and we like to continue using them. In your report, it states that electric leaf blower has a decibel level of 45. Research has shown that a 45 decibel rating is equivalent to a quiet library. As far as dust and the health effects, I'm not a doctor. There's some doctors here, and I know there's a lot of hurting people out there, and I don't profess to know, what the health effects are, but are we going to ban everything that causes a potential health risk? I mean, what's going to stop us with leaf blowers? Is our lawn mowers next? I mean, there's some people saying we should go back to raking leaves. Should we go back to push mowing lawns like we did when we were kids? And besides the obvious economic effects with the rise in cost of landscape maintenance, besides the rise in cost of landscape maintenance and the loss of revenues to businesses, the canceling of maintenance contract due to these higher costs, another question is, what are the social effects this ordinance will have? If most of the people doing the contract gardening are low-income persons, what kind of message are we sending them? Are we saying that we are not concerned with their cost or profits, and what effect that will have on their lives? And what about the cumulative effect of all the rules we have in our society? It seems there is a rule for everything. How about we make a rule that every time we make a new rule, we take a rule away? But you probably say, well, that's not reasonable. Well, I'm saying that a ban of leaf blowers is not reasonable. So let's be reasonable and allow us to use our quiet leaf blowers. Thank you.
And our interpreter needs a break. She has been translating for 2 hours, and so we're going to take a 10-minute break. Let me know. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Let's take our seats, please. She will be. Thank you for quieting down so nicely. We do have one more council member we're waiting on. There she is. And we still have several more speaker cards. I want to remind everyone that the council has a policy of not taking up new items after 10:30 at night. It's already 5 after 9. We have several more speakers cards, and that's before I ask for additional comments from the public. So I'm going to ask you to please be conscious of that red light when you're speaking, and when you see the yellow light come on, conclude your comments. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes so that everyone can be heard. Okay. Our next speaker, Julia Whitman.
Hello, I'm Julia Whitman. As you just heard from Mark, he and I own not only some property over here in Topa Topa Street, but also the Emerald Iguana in downtown. The Emerald Iguana property is more than a full acre and is made up of lush and beautiful landscaping with many oaks, sycamores, and eucalyptus trees. We have lots and lots of debris that falls on it every day. And it's the lush environment of the property that makes it so inviting for visitors and locals alike, as is the lush environment of Ojai as a whole, I believe. We currently use an electric leaf blower to clean the property, and it takes my guys, probably our staff, an hour, probably 3 times a week, and then more when they have to do the gutters. If we have to do this entire property with a broom and a rake, I can't even imagine what it's going to take. It's going to take them, when they do the gutters, probably as close to a full day to do the whole property. Running a small business is costly, and it's very hard to make a profit under any circumstances, the best of the times. I don't believe it's responsible of the city to require small businesses and people like us, and also homeowners and other business owners, to incur additional significant costs that will be required to keep our properties in good condition. I am in agreement that I'm against gas leaf blowers. I believe they're a nuisance. I think they're loud and obnoxious, especially when you hear them in the morning. On our property, we do use the electric, but up and down the street, the landscape crews come in, and the sound of the gas blowers is, I think, obnoxious and offensive. Plus, of course, they're putting out the exhaust and causing air pollution. But I understand the city of Ojai currently has a ordinance against gas blowers, and it sounds to me as though that ordinance is not being enforced. Otherwise, there's a lot of the things here, people are complaining about the noise and such. I'm completely in favor of expanded enforcement of the existing ban. I believe it's the city's financial responsibility to invest in this enforcement before passing a new ordinance that costs not only business owners, small businesses like ourselves, landowners, especially property owners who have maybe larger pieces of property, costs extra money for them, takes profits away from business owners, the landscapers, and as according to the report, is going to add some $27,000+ a year to the city budget. I believe it's prior to adopting an ordinance of that sort, it would be the city's responsibility to perhaps make a financial investment in enforcing their ordinance that's currently in place and see how that works, and also educating those who perhaps are using their gas blowers in inappropriate fashions. I think that should be a priority prior to putting again a new ordinance that's going to adversely affect many, many, many people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Deborah Moe.
Hello again. I want to know what happened to the 300 signatures when we first started this dialogue about leaf blowers. These gentlemen took a lot of time to have that, so it's almost like it should nullify the vote. What happened to the education?
I'm going to interrupt you. We do have it.
Oh, good, okay.
So make your comments in opposition.
Well, you didn't have them earlier, so you didn't inform the public that you had them, so there you go.
I'm trying to save you part of your 3 minutes.
That's right, so I'll take that off. Also, what happened to all the education? I mean, we met outside, I've been to every one of these meetings about using the lower decimal leaf blowers. Also, what about the gardeners? In the last couple of days, I've stopped 6 gardeners that aren't from this area. Every one of them were from Oxnard. They don't have business licenses. You know, let's educate. I don't think a total ban is proper. I have interviewed a couple of doctors in this valley who, my first question was, has the asthma content in this valley gone up? And it has not. I'd like to see documentation for this valley for rat fishes, roaches, whatever. Let's see some documentation. Also, I think it's absolutely ridiculous that the school district be banned from this when every single school is in a neighborhood. What does that do? Let's educate, a total ban it's crazy. I think that there needs to be more dialogue. I think that if you ban the school, like at the racket club, I'm a member of the racket club, and I'm very, very grateful that they blow, because there is, in the walking paths, there's acorns. I mean, it's a hazard. I don't think the particulate matter, however you say it, is affecting the health of our citizens, as Carol Smith has put. You referenced New York City. Well, good. How about some pace salsa? We're not in New York City. We're in Ojai. I think, when I interviewed the doctors, and I went on 2.5 hours today, I could not find any documentation about leaf blowers and asthma. I know a gentleman said, I couldn't find it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Deborah McComas.
Hello, my name's Deborah McComas. I live at 407 Los Alamos Drive. I am totally against this vote against banning leaf blowers. I think that...
You made a double negative there. You're against the ban?
No.
On leaf blowers?
No. I think that the ban is ludicrous. I think that there's a reason. We need to have a lot of common sense, and I don't see common sense being displayed. I used to be a school teacher, track coach. When you use a broom on concrete, you make the ground slick, so you have people walk or you have people run on it, and it's dangerous. At least when you blow off the dirt, it's off, so it's not slick anymore. I walk the streets of Ojai a lot for exercise, and I will tell you, all the gardeners that are working are very respectful. They turn the machines off. They're sweeping up the extra dirt on the ground, and I think that limiting maybe the hours is reasonable, but common sense. And I just think that it's gone way beyond just jumping the gun, and you're not listening to the public and people and their livelihoods. And I think that you need to step back and look and listen and not just jump the gun of your personal feelings.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Sam Flowers.
Good evening. I'm Sam Flowers. I live on the Arbolada. I have an acre property with over 23 mature oaks. I have sycamores, I have pines, I have fruit trees. I have numerous vines that cause leaves. There is no way that a 71-year-old man like myself can clean this property without a blower, okay? I'm retired, I cannot afford a gardener at the present time, and I sure as heck couldn't afford one in the future when they start charging 3 times as much as they do now. Okay? I think that you have some good ideas, but your condo owners probably, you have cement, you have asphalt, you have some decorative plants, and that's it. You go to work, come home, everything is nice and clean, but there's people like me that have a jungle, and we got to keep it nice, okay? And that's the only way I can do it. Okay? I'm going to keep this short and sweet and not bore you, but that's my feelings. And what I really don't like is you're forcing this upon us without any chance to mitigate some other solution to it. Okay? You want to buy my blower from me, that's fine. Provide me with another kind that's quieter. I don't care, but I need a blower. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Daniel Quezada.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Daniel Quesada.
My name is Daniel Quesada.
Vivo en 307 Cherry
I live at 307 Cherry Lane.
He vivido en Ojai desde el 78.
I have lived in Ojai since 78,
Trabajé por una compañía
and I have
por
worked
10
for a
años.
company for 10
En
years.
los 80 usábamos
And in the
agua
80s,
para
we
lavar
used
parques.
water to wash the parking
Después
lots.
no pudimos usar el agua porque está
Later
limitada.
on, we were not allowed to use water
En el
because the use is
89,
limited.
del 89 hasta la fecha, yo
From
trabajo en mi
89 to
trabajo
this
por
date,
cuenta.
I have a license.
Todos-
I
la
work on
mayoría de
my
mis
own.
clientes son personas mayores.
Most of my clients are
Son personas mayores
elderly people,
que dependen de alguien que les ayude.
which depend on someone to help them.
Tengo algunos clientes que viven
I
en
have some
condominios,
customers that live in condominiums,
por lo regular tienen mucho cemento.
and usually they have a lot of cement around.
Es imposible que yo
It is
trabaje todo el día
impossible for me to work all day long to clean with a brush. They don't have enough money to pay me.
en algunas partes
There are some areas
tienen grava.
where they have gravel.
Reemplazamos a algunas plantas para no usar agua.
We have replaced some plants so we won't use water,
Usar menos agua.
so that we can use less of it, and it would be impossible to rake.
En mi opinión, si nos
In
quitan
my
los
opinion, if you remove the blowers from us,
son las personas mayores.
elderly people will suffer the most.
Para mí es casi una cosa
To
que
me,
necesito todos los días.
it is something essential that I need every single day to do my work the way I'm supposed to do it.
No tratamos de echar basura a la calle porque sabemos claramente
We do
que es
not
algo
blow
que-
trash into the street because we know that it's something that shouldn't be done. On the contrary, when we walk on the sidewalks, we clean the sidewalks so everything looks clean, so everyone who lives in Ojai is proud of Ojai. And that is my opinion. I've lived my entire life here, and I do not believe this causes asthma.
Mi hermana mayor tiene asma y nunca ha ido a
My older sister has asthma,
nunca ha ido alrededor de sopladores.
and then she's never been around blowers. I have worked with blowers since the 80s. Unfortunately, I don't have that illness. My children, my family have been always around me, and they've always been healthy. Please, I'm asking you to consider that.
Y gracias.
And thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Christine Golden.
Well, I wanted to make a comment on something that was said earlier about cleaning oak leaves out from underneath an oak tree. Because I think it's really important for people to understand that's the worst thing you can do for an oak tree is to remove the oak leaves that are under it. It's very important for the health of the tree, and I'm speaking as the sister of an arborist here in Ojai, who, when he came to my house, said, I am so thrilled that you have left the oak leaves under the oak trees, because that's the best way to guarantee their health. Mother Nature knew what she was doing when she dropped those leaves under the trees. So no matter what your position is on leaf blowers, please don't be removing oak trees. Just when you tie the ribbon around the old oak tree, wear shoes, because they do hurt. Okay.
And I can tell that you are between a leaf-covered rock and a hard place on this one. I would ask you to really consider what it looks like when you are giving a buy to so many organizations, but not to homeowners. It just feels like homeowners are being penalized. And I'm not taking a position. I'm just saying that it feels that way. So I think you need to look at that, especially when it comes to the school district. Where else do we not need to be blowing but in a school district yard? And I say that as the former principal of Matilah Junior High School. I beg them not to use pesticides, not to do blowing, because it's very well documented that that's not good for the kids. But you're letting them off the hook when those, in my mind, they're the ones who shouldn't be using leaf blowers, because that's where the kids are all day long. So it just feels funny. It's like we're going to let this one off and this one off and this one off and that one off, but not the homeowners. And I think you have a little PR issue with that. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor, I want to make just one clarification for the speaker. We don't have jurisdiction over the school district. That's why we can't enforce anything with the school district. So it's not an exception.
I kind of know that.
Yeah. I just want to clarify for the audience that is an exception. That's
But
all.
it is an impression that's created.
Yeah, that's why I want to clarify it.
And we still have speaker cards here. Jim Richmond?
Good evening. I just wanted to say that I moved to Ojai about a year ago, and I came here because I wanted to escape the noise and the traffic and the dirt and the dust of the Pacific Palisades, and to come to a place like Ojai, which is beautiful, serene, usually quiet, so these are the reasons why I came to Ojai. I now realize I've come to Ojai to witness great wisdom and great articulation of very balanced arguments about this ordinance. I came here tonight to support the ordinance. I leave here tonight thinking that there ought to be a compromise. And that compromise, for me, what balances things for me as a homeowner here in the city, is that when I wake up in the morning, almost continuously, I hear these blowers going. And they go and they go and they completely disrupt the serenity of a great valley. But I think there's a solution to that. I think appropriate decibel-rated electric machines solve the problem. I'm a person who opposes regulation for the sake of regulation. I oppose banning activity unless there is a clear reason for banning that activity. It sounds to me like there's very balanced arguments on both sides here. So I think you have to find a compromise. I support a compromise, one that protects the serenity of this beautiful valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Mark Williams.
Hello, my name is Mark Williams. I live downtown Ojai between Oak and Eucalyptus Street. First off, pretty good debate. Both sides of the argument, pretty impressive. With that said, probably gonna make a lot of enemies tonight. My house is pretty much canopied by oak trees, and since I've lived there for the past 12 years, I pretty much cleaned it by using a rake, and it's been pretty effective. However, I have also used to clean my hardscape and my gravel with a blower. And with that said, I'm just saying, I came here adamant about either enforcing the current rules or changing them to make this area a little more habitable, meaning lower noise, lower decibel levels, lower dust levels as well. What I'm hearing right now, a total ban, I don't think is really going to be the answer. I haven't looked into what Palo Alto, Mill Valley, and some of the other communities have actually, how they've succeeded in that policy. I do think we can come to some kind of compromise here, allowing both our workers to use their tool in a more enlightened manner, which is lower noise, lower decibel levels. Some have already achieved this by using the electric blower, and they've mentioned the lower decibel levels. I think that's a very viable option. Others mentioned as far as reducing the dust, putting the blowers at a lower level, using it like a broom, perhaps, and maybe even, once the drought is over, we can maybe use some water to kind of keep the dust levels a little bit lower as well. I only have about a minute left. So basically, what I'm saying is, as far as the way it affects me, I live in a very densely populated section of town, and what happens in my neighborhood is that the leaf blowers will go on at full blast for about an hour to 2 hours. And that noise is absolutely deafening and maddening and requires me to actually leave. The dust issue, when I'm riding my kids to school, Topa, the workers are doing their job, they're kicking up plumes of dust that, a lot of us have to ride through. We try to avoid it, but I'm not sure the dangers that it poses, but I definitely don't want my kids riding through that kind of those plumes. So, great debate. Looks like we have some work to do. I'm willing to help as much as I can, and I hope we come to some kind of mutually acceptable compromise. And thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's all the speaker cards I have, unless this is one coming up here. And I think we ran out of the green cards also. Okay.
So which item do you want to speak on?
Okay, I have a couple of improvised speaker cards, but it doesn't indicate which issue. So, Jane, is it on the leaf? Okay. Are both of these on the leaf? Okay. All right. Our next speaker is Jane Spiller.
Good evening. I'm happy to be here and have an opportunity to speak about the leaf blower ordinance. I know it's an important one for Ojai, and I want to speak very personally actually about it because I live next door to the Emerald Iguana, and I know that the owners spoke tonight about the importance of leaf blowers to their operation. And I just wanted to tell you that because of their leaf blowers, I cannot have lunch on my screen porch. They use them between check-in and check-out, which means that when I want to go out and enjoy our beautiful Ojai climate and have lunch on my screen porch, their gardeners are using the leaf blower on their gravel driveway, which means there are clouds of dust coming up in the air. The housekeeping to keep up with it is considerable because there's quite a lot of dust. And the health hazards are also considerable. I have been diagnosed with lung problems, and it's a very good possibility that it does come from things like leaf blowers. So I think, it's a very important point that has been made about the health hazards. I particularly liked the scientist who was reporting on the particulate matter and the importance of that. I'm very sympathetic to people that need to clear their driveways and elderly people that need help. And I really hope they can get to know their neighbors and hire the teenagers and get people into their yards to do proper gardening. I was impressed with Renee Ross' comments about how we can learn to live with leaves, enrich our soil, protect the soil from drying out, and how this can lead us toward, I think, a better manner of living in Ojai. But particularly when you have a situation of having a hotel in a residential neighborhood, I don't think you can allow a leaf blower to be disrupting residential life. And so I just wanted to have an opportunity to say that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Elizabeth Spiller.
Hi. I'm Elizabeth Spiller. I live at 202 Pauline Street. And I was just wanting to touch on what I've heard a lot of tonight, which is we didn't have leaf blowers a long time ago, so why do we need them now? And a lot of people are saying, oh, well, I can't rake it, like maybe I have a back problem or something. And I was just thinking, well, Ojai is a community and there's schools, which means that there's kids. And kids want to get these jobs, perhaps. And me, I would probably like to even try raking for the emerald iguana if I could, but if they have such a huge property that maybe it'd be a little hard. But I think that it could be done. So I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all the speaker cards I have. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on the leaf blowers? And give us your name.
Les Gardner. How are you? Never mind. I'm here to take exception to exceptions. If you're going to ban leaf blowers, ban them. But don't make any exceptions. I don't think the Ojai Valley Inn's dust is any worse than my dust in the parking lot at my store. I don't think the Racket Club's dust is any dirtier than mine or the inn's. I found out in the paper that the inn blows up fertilizer particles. And I don't know how long they stay in the air or how far they blow, but I don't know if they're any better or worse than rat feces. Anyway, it sounds like tonight if you pass the ban and make the exceptions, small businesses and homeowners are going to be the ones that pay. It also sounds like that if you exempt the city, you don't want to tell the taxpayer it's going to have to pay more to have it their way or your way. The inn is one of the largest contributors to running the city as far as money goes. So if you exempt them without exempting other businesses, it would also seem like you're in their pocket. Now, I know that isn't true because I know all of you and I respect all of you, and I hope we all keep that respect going between each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Les. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on the leaf blowers? Going once? Going twice? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment portion. I see that I was trying to adjourn the meeting there. I'm going to close public comment portion. The council will deliberate now. And the reason I'm emphasizing that is I have given the public the opportunity to speak. Now is not the time to argue with any comments you hear up here. Now is our time to deliberate. Anyone wish to start? If not,
I looked at this blower ordinance that was this, people have signed, but I'm not clear what it says here, because if you look at the copy, it says the current blower ordinance in the city of Ojai does not allow gas blowers to be operated in residential zones, only electric blowers. Would you support either eliminating or modifying this current ordinance? And 90% of the people who signed it said eliminate. So this means to me that they wanted to eliminate the restriction of using only electric blowers in residential zones.
The other way around.
That's not how it reads, though. Is
okay,
it meant to be?
remember
Okay.
that thing I mentioned about debate?
Okay. But it says, the current blower ordinance in the city of Ojai does not allow gas blowers to be operated in residential zones, only electric blowers. Would you support either eliminating or modifying this current ordinance. And the majority of people eliminate. That's all I said. So I'm not sure what the true meaning of this was, but me reading it says that majority of people here said they wanted gas blowers in residential areas. Okay. The current ordinance went into effect in 1999. It said, after October 99, the operation of gas-powered leaf blowers shall be prohibited in all residential zones. The operation of electric leaf blowers is permitted in residential zones, providing the following conditions are met. Hours of operation are limited to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. weekdays and Saturdays. Operation is prohibited on Sundays and holidays. No cutting, refuse, or debris is blown onto neighboring properties or into a street or gutter. The standard factory silencer and/or muffler equipment shall be attached at all times and in good working order. All other zones, meaning not residential zone, the operation of gas-powered and electric leaf blowers shall be permitted on parcels in non-residential zones under the following conditions. If using a gas-powered leaf blower, the operator shall be a minimum distance of 150 feet from the nearest neighboring residence, school, hospital, lodging, or residential care facility. Hours of operation are limited to 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Operation is prohibited on city holidays. No cuttings, refuse, or debris are blown onto neighboring properties or into a street or gutter. The standard factory silencer and/or muffler equipment shall be attached at all times and maintained in good working order. Then, when we had the blower workshop, we had this nice handout from Arizona, actually, which clearly gives you pointers on operating a leaf blower, and it bans blowing debris into the street. It bans using a blower on dirt fields, road shoulder, or loose dirt. It bans using leaf blowers on high pollution days. It also says that leaves are supposed to first be raked into large piles. The fact is that after a while I started carrying around our noise ordinance in my car. Because I could not drive 2 blocks without seeing somebody not using the leaf blower appropriately. There was tons of residential areas where gasoline-powered leaf blowers were used. I would stop, I would talk to the gardeners. I speak pretty good Spanish. I didn't know who they were. Sometimes they would be from Oxnard, or they would be people who someone hired to just do a job. They weren't necessarily licensed, our gardeners. If I called, how many code enforcers do we have, Rob? We have 1 code enforcer?
Less than 1. We have a person who spends part of his time doing
Part of his time code enforcing. So if that was the case, we had to call the police department. Enforcement is impossible. That is the problem. Enforcement is impossible. The number of people who are not using them properly, who are using gasoline in residential areas or in commercial areas close to 150 feet, was impossible. After I tried for a long time on this, and I went to the workshop and all, I realized that in a city, our town, in a city that's so environmentally concerned as ours, I think the right thing to do at this point is just stop using leaf blowers. I grew up without them. I grew up in the East Coast. Boy, did we ever have leaves. I don't remember any leaf blowers. I don't get it. Why is it absolutely essential to use a leaf blower? I've gone along, watched gardeners on the street, on hardscape, actually blowing in front of them, having to breathe this dust, and all the debris is going into the street. This is foolish. It's poor for the environment. The noise level of these gas blowers is tremendous. We do not have the capability of basically enforcing this. The city by no means should be eliminated. We have a very nice group who play at the Libby Park tennis courts every morning, and that we charge them very little. There's absolutely no reason why we can't keep some brooms there and basically say, hey, clean the courts in the morning. The courts are well used. It is going to cost more. Environmental laws always cost more. Don't you remember when the head of Chevy said to a federal, I guess it was the state senate, that catalytic converters are going to drive him out of business? I do not believe our gardeners will be driven out of business. I'm sorry. At this point, I see no choice but that we ban them. I would consider the 2 golf courses in town. And the reason for that is because the county owns 1 golf course. We don't have restrictions on them. But I would like them only to use them on the greens, not on their hardscape. And the same for the inn, only on the greens, not to use blowers around driveways, any hardscape. So, and that's the only possibility, and perhaps a vacuum could work for them. But absolutely, otherwise, absolutely no, we're no different. The city will not use them. Thank you.
Councilmember Clapp, do you have any comments? Okay, well, Councilmember Blatt?
Yeah.
You ready?
I am ready. I am absolutely set back by the position that this council took on July the 22nd in banning leaf blowers in total within our city. I can't believe that this body would legislate against a minority section of our community in an economic sense that has more effect on them than anybody else in our community, and do it so wholesale and with such a knee-jerk reaction that they would totally ban the use of blowers. Now, I voted against it that night. I haven't heard anything that would cause me to change my mind tonight. But I will tell you that if we are going to have a ban, we ought to ban it for everybody. The inn, the city, it ought to be a total ban. Everybody ought to be in it together. There shouldn't be any exemptions given whatsoever. In my opinion, the staff report that came out on July the 22nd was well thought out. We had an excellent demonstration. It showed that even the electric blowers are louder than the newer gas blowers. We can responsibly do a time, place, and manner restriction on this. We can teach people, we can have them licensed, we can do a lot of things to keep these leaf blowers able to be used within our city. But when you think about what cars do, when you think about what motorcycles do, nobody's mentioned the wind. How much particulates does the wind put into the air? Lots. It blows leaves off the trees. And then we've heard tonight about brooms. And in some cases, the brooms may even put more particulates into the air. There's things that we can do to make leaf blowers more palatable, but a total ban, in my opinion, is irresponsible.
Okay. I'm one of those people that said, yes, let's take a look at a total ban on leaf blowers, because I felt it was time for our community to look at, think about, and speak up as to where we are as a community. Are we ready to go in that direction? One way to get that done is having something on the agenda exactly like we have tonight. That is the benefit that really encourages people to come in, join us at City Hall, and have a conversation. That's critical. I've talked to a lot of people. I don't believe our community is ready for a ban on leaf blowers. I would say it's just about 70% no ban, 30% yes, because we need to protect our environment. My personal position, I would like to see a total ban. That's personal. But my constituents, the people who put me in office, have said otherwise. But I am so grateful for the conversation. And I'm not going to go over all of the issues because you've had 2 hours plus both sides of the issues. So I'm just telling you that my constituents, about 70%, have said no on banning. Anyone else comment? Okay, what would the council like to do? Nothing? Okay, we can go home. All right, we have conducted our public hearing. The recommendations are to approve a negative declaration and to introduce the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, if I may, just procedurally, if there's a desire to end, excuse me, to end the discussion, a motion could be to table. Table basically ends the conversation and takes the item off the agenda. So a motion to table is an alternative. You don't have to make a motion and then have it fail or vote yes or no if you want. Then one option is to a motion to table.
And I'll make one other comment. A lot of the comments that I received were basically enforce the ordinance that we have in place. Impossible. Enforce it, and then see if we need to adjust it. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Clapp?
May I respond to that, please? Right now, we have a half-time code enforcement officer, and one of the things that's been coming up time and again through the last 6 to 9 months with a lot of our new policies, particularly environmental policies that are being passed by council, is the issue of code enforcement. And how, if we're going to have ordinances, we need to enforce them. And when we passed the ordinance for leaf blowers, banned gas leaf blowers in residential areas in 1999. It was done because, as a community, the council felt it was an important thing to do, yet it was never enforced. I would like to know how the rest of the council feels about continuing with a part-time code enforcement in our community, not with any particular ordinance, but code enforcement in general, and whether, as a body, we feel it is now time to direct staff to employ full-time code enforcement in order to enforce the ordinances that we have felt are best for our community, to help us live together in a community in a peaceful manner, in a respectful manner for all of our citizens and everyone around us. So I would like to know what my fellow council members would feel about instructing or bringing forward in a future agenda the matter of full-time code enforcement. Does anybody have a feeling on that matter?
Well, I have feelings all over the place. But I would say we absolutely need to address the issue of code enforcement. And I also am concerned that we're getting off track here.
Madam Mayor. Yes, Madam Mayor, that is why I said, I would like to know whether the council would like to put it on a future agenda, because this seems to be an ongoing.
And that's why I'm checking with the city attorney to make sure that that's something we can do at this point in time.
Future agenda items, definitely you can take such an action.
I would like to see that too.
Yes, so I think, I don't think we should debate it, but I think we should put it on the agenda to discuss. I think that is, I just got through saying I wouldn't debate it, and here I go. Is there a motion to table this item? Is there a motion to do anything with this item?
Madam Mayor, I'll move to table the item.
Second?
Clapp?
Yes.
Clapp?
No.
Smith? Strobel.
Yes. And explain to us what that vote just did.
Because it's a tie vote, it fails.
Failed.
correct?
So maybe we need,
All right, Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we introduce an ordinance which bans the operation of leaf blowers within the city of Ojai, and ask the city clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, because I would ask the mayor to make the motion and join with that the other item to approve the negative deck.
I amend my motion to approve the negative declaration TA 14-02.
second.
Blatz?
No.
Clapp?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Strobel.
No.
Motion fails.
The next item on our agenda.
Can we explain to the audience what this means?
Yes, explain that vote.
City Attorney.
Just
a moment, please. We're going to explain what what just happened.
The motion failed, so no action's been taken on this item.
Okay.
And I would recommend at least direction whether to bring this back or to table it.
Madam Mayor, if I could make the suggestion, I would really like to see the staff report and the motion as it came to us on July 22nd come back before the council once again.
Is that a motion? Well, is that a motion?
I don't think I can make the motion. Can I do it in the form of a motion?
Yes, you could do that as a form of a motion.
Then I would do that in the form of a motion.
And would you repeat the motion, please?
Yes, I would like the staff report and the recommendation of staff that we heard on July the 22nd to come back before the council.
When?
Whenever it can fit on a future agenda.
Motion fails for lack of a second.
No further action is necessary.
So current ordinance remains in effect.
Yes.
Current ordinance will remain in effect. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
The next item on our agenda.
Madam Mayor, I'm so sorry, but real briefly, could we please have the city manager explain briefly what the current ordinance is? I know you did, but I'd like to have him briefly.
So the current ordinance provides that electric leaf blowers can be used in residential areas during certain hours, and I don't recall off the top of my head what those hours are. Okay, so 8 to 5. And that gas blowers can be used in non-residential areas as long as they're 150 feet away from residential areas. And again, there's certain hours during which those can be used.
Madam Mayor, I would just like to say, I do have the current ordinance in Spanish, so if anyone would like a copy, please contact me tomorrow, or we'll go ahead and put it up on the website also, in Spanish and English.
Thank you. Our next item is neighborhood planning consultant, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. I'm going to let our community director, Kathleen Wold, introduce this, but I just wanted to say, as sort of an observation, in my 30-plus years of being a city manager, it seems like planning is always driven by either the state requiring something of us or a developer coming in and wanting to do something and us trying to figure out what to do about it. And this is not that at all. This is a very positive effort initiated by our Planning Commission and endorsed by the City Council to do planning because we want to do planning and because we want to understand the vision that our community members have for their community. So with that, I'll let Kathleen introduce the ordinance, or the...
Make it order. It's too noisy.
Okay, for those of you that are leaving us, please leave quietly. We are still in a meeting, and the conversation going on just outside the doors is disruptive. So please quietly leave.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a professional service contract between the City of Ojai and Sargent Town Planning, Inc. to provide the services as outlined in the Ojai neighborhood planning process, Phase 1 proposal dated August 22nd, 2014. And as you know, back in July, the City Council authorized staff to issue a request for proposal to solicit proposals to initiate Ojai's neighborhood planning process. And we did that on the next day, July 23rd. And when we received a response to that request for proposal from 22 consultants, we sent it out to 22 consultants, excuse me, and we received 6 proposals back from those 22. And of those 6, staff reviewed them, and we decided to interview 5 of those consultants. And those interviews those that were interviewed were Placeworks, Sargent Town Planning, PMC, MIG, and RBF Consulting. We held these interviews in the first part of September, and I should say the interview panel consisted of the city manager, planning commissioner Steve Foster, and myself, and the mayor was there for a few of the interviews. And with that, we would just like to say that we have come to the conclusion and have offered for you tonight, or made a recommendation for us to enter into a contract with Sargent Town Planning. We felt that their proposals served the needs and addressed the issues, served the needs of the city of Ojai and addressed the issues in our RFP the best. And with that, I'd just like to point out that that we've attached their proposal in the back for your information if you have any questions. And I'm sorry, I apologize, it's in black and white, because it's a little bit more, it reads a little bit more if it was in color, so, but.
The council's is in color.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, there you go. So I don't have to apologize. Then you got the full effect there. So with that, I just would like to say that Mr. Sargent was here tonight, and that we encouraged him to go home because of the late hour. But he was here and anxious to meet all of you tonight, and so he did ask that I do express his condolences for having to leave, but we kind of told him it would probably be 10 or 11 before he was heard. And so that's it, and I'm open for any questions you might have.
Any questions from council?
Yes, Madam Mayor. What in particular, Ms. Wall, did you find was led the group of people to decide on this particular group of or planning consultants?
So I think that the main item that I think was outstanding for this proposal was the deliverables that they proposed to give us, the path of how they saw this process going for Ojai and what they could do to facilitate that process would result in a actual tangible product at the end. And they were a little bit more clear in how they defined that process for us. And I know Rob might have something more to answer, but that's really kind of what really put them out in front of all the others. Everybody was well qualified. We had some really good proposals. And there wasn't, it just became how they saw the process for what product it actually ended up resulting in. So I guess what to say is, we were sort of open-ended how we did the RFP and allowed these consultants to have a little bit of creativity in how they presented it. And we think that they came up with an outline and an actual foresight to see how that this could actually result in an end product.
In product means specific guidelines that would be put forward that we could follow and outline, or?
Right, so the idea of the neighborhood planning process is to be phased. So, phase 1 is a lot of outreach and including the community and a lot of what's going on in the charrettes and the interviews and identifying stakeholders and that type of thing. So the thought was that phase 1 might not necessarily end up in kind of a ordinances or changes or even some kind of framework, because we thought that phase 1 really was kind of defining the process and defining where the community wants to go. But actually, it ended up being that this particular proposal would end up in kind of creating a toolbox and a kit and kind of identifying what things kind of fit in what neighborhood. I mean, without getting into a long, drawn-out explanation, but they have a creative process whereby they're interested in having, exactly what neighborhood is planning supposed to do, is create a toolbox kit so that each neighborhood can find what of those tools fits for that neighborhood. So that defining the toolbox would be something that would come out, and then the resultant ordinances that would come out from that would be phase 2 or 3.
Gotcha. Okay.
Does that make sense? I hope
okay.
Yeah,
I understand. Thank you.
Any additional, welcome back.
Oh, thank you. I
a
was
nice
here,
nap?
though. Madam Mayor, I do have a question. Reading some of the qualification from some of the associates, I guess, that work with STP, it mentioned something about smart code. Do you know what that is? Did they explain to you? It's on page, let me see, it's from the DPZ page. It's like 3 pages into their qualification descriptions. It starts at page 51. I'm assuming it would be 52, 53, where the founding partner. His name is Andres Tuani. I just was interested to see what, because I'm always curious to see if they're gonna, because they talk about proposing possibly a new ordinance, updating some of our policies, and then they mentioned something about the smart code. So I just wanted to see if you knew what that meant.
No, not oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, it's one of the books he wrote about, right? Smart growth, smart code. Well, it seems as though it's just a form-based zoning code is what it is. It's just a particular name he calls it, but it's just form-based code. And both of these, the principal, David Sargent, and I guess Andres Duani, all are proponents of form-based code. So form-based code is, maybe I'll start off the other way. Traditional zoning is just like yes, no, 25 feet, 45 feet. It's just very black and white. And form-based code is what I think is more qualitative, it's sort of, if you do this, then you can do that, and, so, yes, you can go 2-story, but the second story needs to be wedding caked in. It's all this kind of push and pull, and what the city or the jurisdiction feels creates better projects. And then there's a hybrid between the two, and that might be what smart code is, but it actually just says it's a type of form-based code. So I think that when we're doing neighborhood planning, we're sort of moving away from traditional, just black and white, yes, you can do it if it's 25 feet, and more into the form-based, but I think we're not yet there to go to the full, fully to develop a full code based on form-based code.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from council for staff? All right, I have 2 speaker cards on this item. Craig Beam.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I have worked for 43 years with municipal planners throughout this state and a number of other states. I couldn't translate, with my background, what was explained to the council the objective of this effort was, but I can tell you clearly the statements in here suggest that it will affect the use and enjoyment, if not the value, of residential properties in Ojai. So what are we doing? Ojai is difficult to administer from a planning standpoint because it's unique, it's diverse, it's eclectic. It's also one of the reasons that Ojai is such an interesting place, albeit difficult to administer. But when you have a report where it talks in planning speak about deliverables and everything else, the public who is not allowed to sit in on any interview with any of the consultants is really denied an opportunity to even meaningfully understand what this is about. unless you happen to do this sort of stuff for a living, which I do. So when I read, for example, that one of the things you're talking about is a phase one process with standards for building envelopes and other parameters, I'm sorry, that's called zoning. That's called FAR, floor area ratio. If you do that, the existing older housing stock we have in Ojai, what you're going to end up with are worst situations because you're going to have non-conforming uses right and left. Your housing element properly states that one of the problems we have is our housing stocks in excess on average of 50 years old. Our population includes 30% of our population are senior citizens. I'm one of them. So you're now going to divide up the city into 20-odd neighborhoods and then decide how we're effectively, in lay parlance, going to rezone them. Before we had a current community development director, we went down that path with a consultant who proposed form-based zoning. I went to some of the community meetings. They were almost tarred and feathered by the neighborhoods. Trust me, it did not sell in Ojai, and it also doesn't make sense in Ojai. It doesn't make sense because it ignores the information in your own housing element, which says Ojai should concentrate on rehabilitation and reuse of existing properties. We want that as opposed to new housing. If you adopt codes, and it's clearly the intent of this that says, no, we're going to do it this way, you don't fit within the code, whether it's a form-based code or something else, what you're going to end up with is more problems and less willingness, if indeed less ability of existing properties to rehabilitate their properties to the detriment of the city. If you look at, for example, the housing elements classification of housing conditions survey by your very own staff, it classifies something over 90% of the housing in Ojai as being deferred maintenance, deteriorated, dilapidated, functional obsolescence of all the housing stock. Why is that? It's because it makes it so darn difficult to actually do anything with your housing, to upgrade it or modernize it or what have you, that people don't come to the city. Your processes are duplicative and very, very expensive. This is not a good idea to consider at this time without being very straight with the public about what all the phases would be and the implications of the phases that you're about ready to launch on in this process. You're not doing any kind of service to the public by doing this. So I would urge you to defer this until there is an opportunity for the public to understand what exactly is being proposed so they have a fair opportunity to come in and comment on their viewpoint on it. I think you're going to find that the leaf blower situation will be relatively mild in comparison to the public input. Thank you very much.
Randy Haney?
No, I'm going to waive that card.
William Wyrick?
William Wyrick, 607 North Blanche. I want to compliment Councilman Lara for getting right to the heart of an issue here. I wasn't clear until I came and listened to the answer to that question that I was going to say anything. However, I think that the public definitely needs to know what form-based codes are all about. That is a different policy from what we have. It is an extremely controversial issue in terms of how it has been executed at times because it makes staff have great discretion over what happens to people's property and what they can do with their property, and they feel like they have no power over or any knowledge of what they can and cannot do with their property because it's form-based, which means subject to review. Again, in the devil's in the details, how it is to be executed. Everything has to be reviewed, everything has to be noticed, et cetera, all over the city. I think the important thing here to realize is that if this consultant is a form-based consultant focus, if that's their area of expertise, if that's what they consider their strong point, I think there needs to be some very careful consideration given as to whether, in fact, that's going to be a bias in the direction of this consultant and whether or not this city is really understanding that that's the direction that the recommendations may go. And if that's not the direction that the public wants, then what are we spending all that money for? Thank you.
That's all the speaker cards I have on
Turn one in late.
Mr. Daddy.
Well, I do know one thing. The Building Appeal Board will be meeting every night if we adopt this. Take a look at what happened when our historic committee decided that we're just going to do, everybody over 60 years old is going to have to go ahead and opt out. And they're going to have to get this $300 study to prove they do not have a historic home. Okay? Want you to think about that's what's about to happen with this thing. Thank you.
Dale Henson.
Thank you, Dale Hansen. I live in the city. The more I hear about this, the more it bothers me. I think that this is going to create a hardship and expense on the residents. When our city manager, I think Mr. Kersner, first opposed it, I thought, well, that sounds interesting. But now that I'm hearing this, I don't like it. I don't think we should go forward with it. And I hope that's a decision we reach. Thank you.
Anyone else in the public wish to speak on this item? I'll bring it back to council. Any comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I remember the form-based code meeting, and yeah, it was pretty intense. I think the intention of the neighborhood planning was to try to figure out how to deal with the diverse neighborhoods, that some were 60s tracks, some were midtown, 50-foot wide, 100-foot deep lots, and the Arbolata, and then over behind Vaughn's. And I think that was our intention. I never felt that we were going down the path of form-based codes. I understand there's some elements about form-based codes that kind of make sense, like you can't put a giant building next to a smaller building, and that it should all kind of make sense. But I keep seeing in all of the proposals urban planning, and that just runs chills down me whenever I hear urban planning, because we're like reverse urban planning here. We're all here because we don't want to be in an urban planned neighborhood. So I don't know where the disconnect came. I don't know whether we didn't know. And maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, but maybe there's a miscommunication going on about what our intentions are and the direction we gave staff, or what's available out there in order to fulfill our idea in our head. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think there's a misperception about what this proposal is and what the other proposals are. So the neighborhood planning was proposed by the Planning Commission. And the reason they proposed it was because we have one-size-fits-all zoning. And one-size-fits-all zoning, as you said, doesn't apply here because we're a built community and we were built at different times and we were built in different ways. Right. So the intent of neighborhood planning is to define neighborhoods. It's not to do form-based zoning or any other kind of zoning. It's just to define neighborhoods. And so the way the RFP was structured and the way the results came back is that the focus of this is meeting with interviewing people in the community, having workshops and charrettes with the people in the community to help draw out of them what they see and like about their neighborhoods and how they'd like their neighborhoods to look in the future. And so one of the main products is each neighborhood defining a vision for their own neighborhood. And that's true whether it's this proposal or any of the other 5 proposals. So going on, there was a question about where do you start? Do you start by looking at the building envelope, or do you start by looking at the street in the front yard? And we asked each of the different consultants that question, whether it makes more sense to look at the form of the building or the form of or the street in the front yard. And they all felt it made a lot of sense to look at the design of the streets and the design of the front yards for a number of reasons. One is that we're active in that area. We have a lot of money set aside to pave streets, but we don't know what they want to look like unless we want to just repave them exactly like they are. Also, you get more bang for your buck working on the public infrastructure and things like hedges, walls, and things that are immediately adjacent to, on the private property, to the public property. And so the main product that comes out of this is a vision for what neighborhoods look like. That's a bottom-up vision, and a toolbox of different road cross-sections, if you will, and where they might best be applied. So you can find out whether your neighborhood is one that has sidewalks and curbs, or one that doesn't have sidewalks and curbs, or has a sidewalk on one side and a bike lane on the other side. It doesn't get in at phase one into the zoning or the building envelope. That's something that would be discussed at a future phase after we've done this phase. So I think, you know, it's often the case here that a word pops out and people become very suspicious because they don't know what the process is going to be. But my advice is let the process play out, and I think you'll get a product that you're happy with.
Well, one thing you did mention just now is bottom up.
Right.
So what ideally you're going to have is a facilitator that listens to the community from the bottom up.
Right.
And helps create this toolbox that you're talking about to help fulfill that vision from the bottom up. So the urban planning or the form-based code catchphrases that are so like touchy, I think, to this community, with a good facilitator or somebody that has this expertise, should not be imposed from the top down by them, correct?
Yeah, nothing. Again, the whole idea is to help people, as you're describing, define their neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think any of the proposals that we received could do that. We just thought this was the best of those that were submitted, but any of them could. And I think there is no harm in going down this path, as was recommended by the Planning Commission, and see if that's what actually comes out of it. If it seems like it's going in the wrong direction, then we can throw it away and not implement it. But I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think you're going to get good input that we've wanted for a long time from our community.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Madam Mayor, I do have some comments. And I look at the proposed schedule and the proposed professional fees that are on page 14 of the staff report that STP established. And I do understand that we are going into this phase one neighborhood planning to really define our neighborhoods and to see why we're having so many variances and encroachments and so forth. And I think that we had a lot of support from the community and their commission to go and clarify where to go, what to do, or how to create a vision for all these neighborhood, and the forestation plan came up, etc. But I look at these proposed fees and proposed schedule, and it's a little worrisome because a lot of the hours spent is in design, and when a lot of these consultants, their expertise is on creating codes or zoning or proposed guidelines, I just get a little wary if we're really hiring the right consultants to do what we really want. And I don't know the answer, because I appreciate staff has put in a lot of work. The interview process were probably not easy. You asked for 22 RFPs. You went through thorough interviews, but at the same time, I don't feel comfortable at this point really saying yes to this firm, not because they're not qualified. It's just because of I'm not sure if this is what we want as it originally came to fruition. So that's my stand on it, and I'm just looking at what's the information that was given to us in terms of their qualification and applications. But I'm not saying that they're not qualified in the work they do. I don't know if they're the right firm for Ojai.
Madam Mayor, I'm kind of in a quandary on this one. I think that looking at our neighborhoods is a good thing. But I don't think looking at our neighborhoods to make them look urbanized is a good thing. And somehow I get a feeling with this neighborhood planning that we're hiring experts in the field of planning and urbanization, and what we're going to do is we are ultimately going to take away the charm of Ojai, because we're going to be urbanized the same way that they've urbanized the Tascadero and Malibu and other places. I think we should look at neighborhoods from the standpoint of perhaps changing the building codes in certain neighborhoods and the planning in certain neighborhoods. But to say that this neighborhood now is going to have this look, and we're going to have sidewalks on this side and we're not going to have it on the other, or you're only going to be able to do this and you can't do that, I'm afraid that what we're going to do is take away the funkiness of the overall city, and the fact that I look at Ojai as one big neighborhood. Now, you can say that Taormina and maybe Golden West and the Arbolada, they might be neighborhoods, and they are neighborhoods. But do we really need to have special rules and regulations there? Maybe, but do we need an urban planner to tell us how to do that? I see this cutting us up into like fields of neighborhoods, and all of a sudden, we're going to look like a hodgepodge, some sort of a tapestry of like a quilt. And I just don't think that's what we want. I think we want everything to kind of blend together and be a little bit different in every neighborhood. So I have a really hard time hiring a professional organization that I think is going to, even though they're going to get input from the grassroots, so to speak, they're trained in putting together urban plans, and they're trained in putting together, new ordinances that are specific to neighborhoods. And I'm just not sure that that's really what we want. I think we should look at neighborhoods from the standpoint of the housing stock and what we're going to do in those neighborhoods, like second stories and maybe setbacks and things like that. But I just don't want us to look at this as an urban cookie cutter type of planning, regimental type of thing. And I'm afraid that might be what happens.
If I might, I'm just going to say that one of the things that I thought stood out from this particular consultant was exactly what you're talking about, was that he drove through Ojai, and his observation of Ojai was that there are things that you wouldn't want to plan out of Ojai. In fact, I wish he was here to promote himself, but he talked about just driving into Ojai, and when you go past the Rancho Inn, and how that has a very traditional 1950s look to it with no curbs and sidewalks. He made these really striking observations just from coming through our community, and said this is something that should be preserved. The fact that kind of has that motor, California, very typical California, is something you want to preserve and keep about Ojai, and that's why he wanted to go through, what do you call it, neighborhoods or whatever, and actually identify the things that Ojai people want to keep, as well as what isn't working. And so the idea was to look at the things that we hear all the time that aren't working, such as we have a zoning ordinance that, as one of the speakers said, that makes it very difficult because it has these really large setbacks that don't reflect and a lot of neighborhoods don't even reflect of what's built there. So we're constantly having to tell people no. And so I think that was where we were starting with the neighborhood planning, is asking people what they like about their community, but also what doesn't work in the zoning ordinance. And so I think it was all his perspective, and this particular firm's perspective, was to really embrace the differences in Ojai and what really works and what doesn't, and to go from the ground up. And I don't think there was any RFP, nor our interviews, nor, I mean, I met with a lot of the people before they put in their proposals, and, you know, I mean, I was very clear with them about how Ojai is, you know, that it's a unique community, and that they want to be involved in the process, and it has to come from the bottom up. And so they all understood that. Everybody who reached out to me understood that. And I think that's one of the difficulties that we had in getting the proposals back from people, was we were sort of vague about how the process would go, because the people are going to direct a lot of the process. And so it's kind of a push-pull on that. You know, how do we give a framework that really gets something that's valuable, where we can compare apples and apples, yet give people the freedom to say, you know, this is something you really have to be willing to have, you know, public outreach and work with people and understand that, yes, I think everyone does understand that the uniqueness about Ojai is that it's unique and it's eclectic. And so how do you make that work in a zoning ordinance? And so I think this firm certainly understands that, and they certainly want to work within the parameters. So I just would offer that was one of the observations that came from this particular firm.
All right. And I can appreciate that, but here's what I would need before I could vote on this. I need, for whomever it is that's going to be ramrodding this, to come in here and give us a presentation so the public can see it, can hear it, we can ask our own questions, and we can give them our own guidance and our direction as to what we really think we want. That's what I would need.
Madam Mayor, I'd have to agree with you completely on that. Because we're kind of, what you see here in the person, it's just too much of a disconnect, I think. Because we are, I mean, look tonight, what an example of what we are as a community, and very, very involved personally in our community, and it's really important to have that sort of connection with a human being, not a piece of paper. And you're right, people ask the questions to get a sense that we are going to get what we're looking for.
You know, we didn't encourage him to stay because we thought it was going to be late. So, you know, I'll take the responsibility for that, because, you know, he offered to. He'd been up since 5:30 this morning, and I said we thought it might go even as late as 11. So, you know, my apologies for that. It was kind of a off-the-cuff decision. So, you know, he was willing to stay.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I agree with everything that Councilman Blatt said, but I think if David Sargent was here and we could actually see what we're getting for our bucks. And also, is he going to run a lot of workshops with different neighborhoods? Yes,
Mike.
I very much want the people on Shady Lane in that area to look at their neighborhood and have input into what we want, especially if we're going to have form-based codes for that neighborhood. And I could see where form-based codes, even though we're a small town, may work, because we do have definite areas. Certainly the Golden West area and that tract are different than the downtown area, which is certainly different than Taramina or Arbolada. And there may be some cohesive things that we want to see all over town, that, in other words, are threads that bring everything together. So I think that having Mr. Sargent come, maybe be the first item at the meeting, make sure we advertise it, and actually get a picture of what the process would be, would give me a much better feeling for what we're getting into.
Well, he certainly gave us a presentation. I'm sure he'd be happy to come back and do the same for the council. That's certainly doable.
Yeah.
Okay, it sounds like the council's not ready to really vote on this contract tonight. So I would like someone to make a motion so that staff has clear direction of what this council wants staff to do.
I'll do that. I'd like to have Mr. Sargent come and do a presentation to council that's well advertised about what would be covered in this proposal and how he can assist the various neighborhoods that he would come in and do a proposal and have questions answered by the council, and that we invite people from various neighborhoods that we know of to be present. and have it as the first item on the agenda.
I'll second that.
Roll call?
Blatz?
Yes.
Clapp?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Strobel?
Yes. The next, okay, it's 29 minutes after 10.
Just in the nick of time.
Council has, I've already heard your comments. Council has a policy not to begin a new item after 10:30. What's the council's pleasure? Do we continue or what?
Council, I would just like to recommend that this item be heard, because I think there is some urgency. This has to do with the PUC process that's already underway. And so some of the other things can easily be deferred, but I think you should take action on this.
I would agree, Madam Mayor. I think that we should take this item up and perhaps put the rest of the items over to another agenda.
The rest of the council agree with that?
Yes, yes, Madam Mayor, although, yeah, I'm thinking the appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission, I don't know, it's not urgent necessarily because, oh, he's already on the commission. He just, yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree.
Oh, he's only serves as a museum representative, so it might just take 2 minutes to, if it.
Yeah, so maybe we could just.
If you want to take it out of order, I'll make a motion.
Okay,
All
let's
right.
do that.
How about if we do this? There may be some, I have many speaker cards on item 4. I have one on item 5, none on item 6, and one on item 7. And the discussion on item 7 is David Mason, and I had asked him to make some comments. But let me propose this. Let's take up item 4, which is the flow issue. Continue item 5, which is the master fee schedule. Continue item 6, which is the PEG Channel 10 agreement. Take up item 7, which is the an appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. Take up item 8, which deals with cancellations of certain meetings. That's going to be important. That cancellation process is going to be important because this will be the last meeting. I will not be here at the 14th. So how does that sound to council? It isn't all of the items, but it's the ones I think we can move through quickly.
I think, Madam Mayor, that we probably have to do the redevelopment agency because there's some warrants, or can those wait?
But I think we can move through these
Do we have
fairly
any-
quickly.
Do we have any speakers card on item 5? Is it 5?
1.
1? Okay.
Can I speak to that item?
Not yet. We're determining what the council is going to. It's 10:33. The council is determining whether or not there's certain items we must take care of tonight, or items.
That's what I want to speak to, not item 5 itself. I'm perfectly agreeable that you're putting it over, and I'm the only speaker, so maybe that will aid you in making a determination.
Well, maybe you ought to just speak for item 5, and then we can continue it.
Are we suggesting we go through the fast items first and leave the item on flow for the last?
Well, that's what I'm asking council. What does, turn on.
Are you suggesting that we go through items that take very little
But
time
take a
first?
seat right now, because this is a conversation between the council. It's not for the public comment.
He's just moving up front.
So, if the council will give me their preference, I mean, we can complete the agenda if that's what the council decides.
Madam Mayor, I don't think we want to spend the time going through the entire fee schedule this evening, but we do have a speaker, and I do think that in respect to him, we ought to allow him to speak on it. As far as the other items, flow is important, and whatever else we want to do with the other ones is fine with me. But I do think that there could be additional public comment on our fee schedule, and I know that the council may deliberate on that a little bit longer than the other items, but I do think we should hear the speaker.
But
Okay,
What I'm
so,
trying to convey without offending is I'm perfectly agreeable to being it put over as the sole speaker.
Okay.
Okay, let it go.
all right, so I'm going to go through this again to make sure that we're all on the same page. So we'll take up item 4, which is the flow. We'll continue the master fee schedule, continue channel 10, the PEG, whatever. We'll take up item 7, which is an appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. We'll take up item 8, which is the cancellation of certain meetings. We'll take up the agency consent calendar. So is that agreeable? So we would be continuing 2 items.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and I would request that we do item 7 before we proceed in the other, or the remaining in the order that they're in, if you don't mind. Mr. Mason has been sitting.
Councilmember Clapp would like to do item 7 now.
I'm in agreement with that.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to take up let me go back. We're going to continue items 5 and 6.
Okay. Do you need a motion for that,
We're going to reorder and take up,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Mr. Fletcher, do we need a motion to continue those items?
No, that's all within the sound discretion of the chair.
Okay, thank you.
So item 7 is our appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. And I'm on that commission. Just a second, I have to find out where I am here. 7. Okay.
Would you like some help?
Madam Clerk, would you like to present the staff report?
Okay, the Appointments Committee was Mayor Strobel and the Historic Preservation Chair, Mr. McCready. At the time that I advertised, the Appointments Committee decided not to hold interviews because they had already interviewed the person they would like to consider for ratification this evening. This gentleman, Brian Akins, has served as the museum representative for the historic preservation since February 2013. He has applied and was interviewed in 2012 and 2013 when there were openings on the commission, but commissioners that were serving at that time were reappointed, so he did not get appointed, but he's always expressed his interest. This time, we had a person resign, and so there was an opening, and I asked the mayor if she would like to consider interviewing outside people. And I always invite past people to come and be interviewed again because of their shown interest. So the mayor and Darwin, the chair, talked to each other, spoke about this, and decided that since they had already interviewed Brian and that he showed continued interest, that they were going to recommend his ratification this evening.
And I will say that the subcommittee, well, we didn't meet as a subcommittee, but I strongly recommend ratification of Brian Atkins. He's been a resident of the Ojai Valley for 33 years. He's been on the board of, trustees for the museum for the last 5 years. And those are kind of cold facts, and that's the reason I had asked David Mason if he would give us some more information. It's up to you, David.
Well, I've sat here all evening, I might as well. I had the pleasure of first meeting Brian when he used to come in my store when I had all the Christmas trees, and his wife would shop and buy Christmas ornaments, and Brian would always come in the back and look for me all around because he wanted to ask questions about certain buildings. And not only was he interested in the history of the building and the background on it, but he was also interested in the people that built it and what they did and where they came from. And so he's been very popular with doing the oral histories on the people here in town. And to this day, he still meets with me once a week for an hour or so with just historical facts and buildings and what do you think about this and what do you think about that. So we're going to be thrilled to have him on the commission, even though all I do is sit in the audience. But it's been fun having him on the museum board also. So thank you for that.
And Brian also attends all of the Historic Preservation Commission meetings as, what do we call you?
The museum representative.
Museum representative. So he has been at the meetings for a couple of years now. So I would move that we appoint Brian Atkins to serve on the Historic Preservation Commission until May 2016.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None.
And Brian,
Welcome, Brian. There he is.
Thank you, Brian.
Let's say a few words.
I blame David for my being here today from all those years ago when my wife would get Christmas ornaments and I would find David and listen to every conversation he had. As he said, we're still having those conversations Sunday afternoon. I've interviewed, I think, about 27 people to do oral histories, and David still hasn't agreed to do one yet. So I'm pleased to be on the Historic Preservation Commission and just learn all the different information that's involved in preserving the history of the Ojai Valley. So thank you.
Thank you, Brian. All right. The next item we're going to take up is financial support for Flow. Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. In this item, we're recommending that you accept a proposal from Flow to be a formal participant in the Golden State water rate case on behalf of the Ojai ratepayers, and that you appropriate $50,000 from the general fund reserves to cover that cost. By way of explanation, the rate-setting process for Golden State Water is a highly technical and complex process. It's very much like a court proceeding. In fact, they call it a proceeding, and you file motions just like you would in a court proceeding. But beyond that, the logic by which they make decisions is pretty factual. They want to look at financial analysis. They want to look at technical information. They make their decision based on the facts. And over the years, we have tried representing ourselves, and I think Mr. McClary in particular has done a very excellent job doing that. And we've also relied quite a bit on what used to be called the DRA, but now is called the ORA, the Office of Ratepayer Advocates, and an organization called TURN, which is the Utility Ratepayer Network. And those two bodies do, without any cost to the city, participate in the process. But I think that Flow has shown a remarkable track record of pulling together the resources that they need to kind of guide the community through the process with the Casitas Water District. And those same skills and that same level of community support that they're able to muster could only benefit us in this rate-setting process. I wouldn't say that we would expect rates not to be increased, but I think the issue is by how much. And I think that the money that we would invest to support Flow would be repaid to the customers, including ourselves, to the extent that rates are lowered beyond what they would have been otherwise. So I would really turn it over to Flo to give you more detail about how they plan to approach this task.
Can I make a comment? I'm in agreement with doing this. However, having gone through this process a few times, I mean, you and I went down to Carson that time. I mean, it seems to me with the PUC, what you're dealing with is Golden State is going to set the rate at some outrageous high number. Everybody's going to shriek, and then the PUC will cut it down to about half of what they asked for. At least that was you and I experience in the one before. So I'm just wondering, are we thinking that Flow will be able to bring it down lower than the 50% they've been getting? Or are they going to be getting information and useful stuff which could go towards the condemnation action, or?
No, this is completely separate from the condemnation action.
Okay, that's okay.
But I think part of what influences, it's hard to know for sure what influences the final decision.
No
But if you
kidding.
read if you read the final decision, it's not based on the public saying our rates are too high or going to public input meetings and complaining. It's based on factual analysis. For example, last time Turn challenged the way they structure the rates. And so because the ultimate settlement was based in part on their input, the rates were structured in a way that had less impact on single-family residences than on other users. These are complicated things. They're beyond the capacity of the city staff for sure, and I think they're beyond what's been brought to the table before. So there's no guarantee anything comes out of this, for sure, but I think if we don't do our best to get the rates as low as possible, we're not doing everything that we can for our community.
Any other comments, questions from council for staff? Okay, I do have speaker cards. And I talked with Pat McPherson. See, I'm getting tired now. I can't even say Pat's name. Earlier, and suggested that he be allowed more time because, in essence, he's a presenter for this item. So, Pat, you want to come on up? And you're a presenter.
Thank you, and I'm as tired as you are. You know, all of us are in a very special community, and I think that was obvious tonight to see all the comments about the blowers and at least the people were listened to. And I think that is something we should all be proud of. We all give our time. You're here tonight, I'm here tonight, the Green Coalition, the Ojai Valley Defense Fund, the Rotary Clubs, all of these organizations are here and put in time because they love this city. And we should be proud of that because we are special, and Ojai is a very special place. So I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but I'm just saying is thank you for your time tonight. And I want to explain a little bit how we got into this request. After we had the election, Ojai Flow started talking about whether we should do something else, what is it we should do, because we were totally 100% focused on the election. For 3.5 years, we were focused on that. And every time we would get off track, we'd bring ourselves back and say, what does that have to do with winning the election? Well, now that we won the election and we're waiting for the appeals to happen, we started a task force, and we said, is Golden State ready for fire? And that was our questions that we asked the city, and that's what caused the fire department to get involved and all these things to happen, and we found out they weren't. And it was good that we did that. But we did that because we knew, we suspected things. We had been involved in this thing all along, whether it be for political reasons or whatever, but we had our hands on every piece of it. We also formed a task force to sue Golden State as a class action suit for the damages that we're receiving today because we don't have Casitas rates. And that was another thing that Ojai did. And so our mission has changed. And we defined our mission as whatever pertains to Golden State and the delivery of water to Ojai. That's our mission. So on September 2nd, we also had another task force, and every one of these things were the whole group unanimously voted for a task force. We had 2 people that went up to Sacramento, and they came back with a lot of information. And they got recognized as a participant in the CPUC hearings on the rate case. They came back with a lot more knowledge than they had when they went up there. And they said, oh my God, this is going to be a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of time. It may be beyond our capabilities, but we think it's worthwhile. We think with our knowledge of the issues, our knowledge of how we have been totally ripped off by Golden State for years, that we can use that to focus and cause a change. And so that's why we wrote the letter to the city council, and I'm saying this for the public too. We wrote a letter on, I think it was the 17th of September, requesting this money and explaining why we wanted it. And we also explained in there that we thought that we were the best qualified people. We didn't need to be brought up to speed. We were all there. It's now been 4.5 years. The same staff. We have experts in all areas, whether it be how to sell something, how to talk to political leaders, all of these things we have capabilities of doing, and we've done it. So that's what this money is about. This money is we're not saying we want $50,000 to pay ourselves. Everything we do is still free, as it has been since the beginning. Just like all other organizations in this town. Everybody puts in their time. But we did see that there could be some out-of-pocket costs. We did see that there may be some legal things that we don't know about. We did see that we may have to bring in some witnesses. And we did see that there might be a possibility, maybe a good possibility, that we would get reimbursed, in which case there'd be no cost to the city. So we're just asking you for not to exceed $50,000. And we want to be totally upfront what the costs are. We will report it any way you want. You can have a representative of every one of the meetings. There's nothing hidden here, and not one member of Ojai Flow is getting paid. So that's it. And that's what's before you tonight. It's my understanding that we have to submit a stack of stuff in 2 weeks. And we've probably already put into this thing a good 40 to 60 hours. So that was one of the things that Rob was talking about, is how do you get the city staff up to this quick? And is it something you really want to tackle yourself? So we see this as a community effort, as we always have. And hopefully you'll help us out, and we'll help everybody out. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. McPherson? Okay.
Well, thank you, Pat.
Thanks, Pat. And I do have other speaker cards. Steve Quillisi.
I'll cede my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Clave. And now we're back to the 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Leonard Clay, 412 North Wilton Street. One of the things, as we've all know and we've all said over and over, that makes Ojai so special is the people. And within the realm of specialness, the job the people at Ojai Flow have done on behalf of the city over the past 4 years is the pantheon of not only community involvement, but total victory. I mean, it's one thing, to get a majority to vote probably wouldn't have been that hard because nobody likes Golden State and we know we're paying too much. But to get 90% of the vote was because of the totality of the effort on multiple platforms that was done by Ojai Flow. 7 core people working with one goal, which is the David versus Goliath, and we slew them. And they're still kicking a little bit, but they're dead, and they'll be gone. And it's because of Flow. And to not take advantage of 4 years worth of looking into Golden State, of 4 years of teaching themselves all the aspects that are involved in the water situation is throwing away an incredibly valuable resource. So I urge a yes vote, and we will all be better off. It'll be a fabulous investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker card I have is Deborah Moe. Is Deborah still here? No. Okay. That's all the speaker cards I have on this item. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak? Mr. Daddy.
Okay, so we're off and running. I had two discussions with the city manager of Claremont last week, and we've communicated this, and he's offered help. They have 6 staff attorneys. Their staff attorney called me yesterday. We had quite a lengthy discussion. We have already started filing and requesting information on different items. So to fill you in a little bit, we want to know why Randall Communication spent $1.6 million lobbying and putting political pressure and manipulating, and had all these discussions and all these people come in. And so those requests are in. We're asking why the $1 million they spent for litigation benefits our ratepayers. So we're going to go on that line. So Dr. Wyrick here has already formulated, this was a couple weeks ago, we started on this in earnest. We formulated a number of questions. We're communicating with a few other areas. We have an attorney that's helping me directly from Best and Krieger. They represented a half a dozen different cities down in the region 2, which is the Claremont, Calperia, all that area. We're gonna go after this thing. We're gonna beat it to death. We are gonna look at every single item. We got 8 big memos, and each one of those memos had a litany of questions asking for all these requests. We took a look at all those requests and found out a whole bunch of other things that weren't there. So what they would say is well, we're gonna do this thing per testimony of John Garone. Fine. We want that actual testimony. And because we're registered right, because we are a party, because we've done the right paperwork so far, we're entitled to all that, and we will continue to get all that. And we will look at all that stuff. And so I think what we're going to probably have in this task force is less than 6, maybe 4 or 5 people, so we can keep it manageable. We're going to communicate. We're going to make sure that the city gets constant, here we are, here's what we're doing, and we're going to keep in constant communication. And we're going to beat this thing up just as hard as we can, because they got us $711,000 for a conservation charge for the last year for water we did not use. Water we conserved, we're paying $711,000 as a surcharge for conserving. This next rate case will be much worse. Anyhow, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Is Rich Hages still working with you guys?
Oh, of course,
Because
of
he's
course.
the water guy.
He's an expert. He's an expert.
And also, how big is Claremont, Bob, roughly?
You know, I want to say Claremont
How big is Claremont?
I want to say Claremont's probably 150,000,
That's
just
big.
because they have so many colleges there.
Yeah, the Claremont College.
And we're working with them, and we affiliated with Claremont Flow. They reached out, and we pretty much kind of gave birth to their organization formally. So it's something where we keep in contact 2-3 times a week. And so we've got that constant communication and support.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to comment on this issue? I'm really getting slower.
It's past your bedtime, folks.
Okay, I don't see anyone, so I'll bring it back to council.
Madam Mayor, I would like to direct the city manager to work with Flo to develop a more detailed estimate of funding needs associated with the Golden State Water General Rate Case and authorize reimbursement of travel expenses and transcript costs for the pre-hearing conference that Flo participated in on September 2nd.
I'll second that.
Madam Mayor, if I could comment, please.
Yes.
I have got to say that this community owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to Flo for everything that they've done. And I for one, believe that government has a responsibility and a place to provide services to the public, particularly in the area of health and safety and certain social issues. And I truly believe that the strength of our community is that we have organizations like FLOW and the Green Coalition and other organizations like that we can call upon when we just don't have the wherewithal as government to be able to provide the services that the community needs. And I have to look at it as though we could, as a city, hire high-priced attorneys to go and litigate this rate increase and do what's done in the past, and they'd get what had been done in the past. And yet, here we've got an organization that is tenacious, that I equate to like bulldogs nipping at people's ankles. And I honestly believe that given their expertise and their knowledge and their wherewithal and their energy, that they can do such a better job than we could do as a government agency, that we have got to let them just go with it, and any support that we can provide to them is going to be money well spent. And the community, they have the tremendous confidence of our community to do the right job. The vote on the bond was an incredible victory for them. And I'll tell you, I am so thankful we have FLOW to take us through these, without a pun, uncharted type waters, that I really can't thank you guys that are here tonight and all the other members that aren't here tonight. Thank you so much, because without you, I don't know what we'd be doing. We'd probably still be back with Golden State. We wouldn't have a bond, and we'd just be going along, paying their rate increases every time they go to get it. So thank you very much. It's really because of you guys that we're in the position we're in now to almost getting rid of them. So thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Councilmember Clapp?
I would like to modify my motion, if I may, I need to modify my motion
Okay.
per the memorandum that we got on the dais this evening, that I was unaware of.
Hold on. Mr. Fletcher, is there anything, how should,
She, as the maker, she's entitled to amend her motion.
okay,
Okay.
go right ahead.
Okay, I would like to move to accept the proposal from FLOW to be a formal participant in the Golden State Water rate case on behalf of the Ojai ratepayers and appropriate $50,000, not to exceed $50,000 from general fund reserves.
And the second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Blatz?
Yes?
Clapp?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
Strobel?
Yes. And we're going to move to item
Thank you, guys.
8. Which is cancellation of upcoming regular
see you
city
back,
council
Pat.
meetings.
Here's the room. Good night.
Mr. Clark?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. We did want to discuss the upcoming meeting schedule. Your regular November 11th meeting is Veterans Day, and we're recommending that you cancel that. And your regular second meeting in December is December 23rd, right before the Christmas holiday, and we're recommending that you cancel that. On the October 14th meeting, the mayor and I are both going to be absent. However, it might be beneficial to go ahead and have that meeting and take on stuff that is non-controversial that can be handled by 4.
I personally think because we put a couple of things over tonight, that probably we should. Although, are we going to put that over to the first meeting in October?
Well, that's October 14th.
Right,
Is
but
the
I'm
first.
saying, are we going to, the first meeting in October?
It's not essential. The 2 items that you put over
would be
could,
the
they could
14th.
be put over to the 28th.
I really don't see any reason for not, I don't see a valid reason for canceling the October 14th meeting. 4 council members will be present. There'll be someone here on behalf of our city manager, and I'd rather us not get so backlogged, because I don't work at my best. once I start looking at that clock.
No,
So I'd rather not create a backlog.
No, I'll run the meeting.
Yeah, I'd rather have the meeting.
But we do have the question of the November 11th meeting, which is Veterans Day, and December 23rd meeting, which is the holiday season.
Veterans Day, are you saying it's a Tuesday and the city also takes off Monday, or how does that work? Is it a 4-day weekend for the city?
No, sorry, the city hall will be closed on Tuesday.
Not Monday.
No, so,
Yep.
I'm sorry.
unless the city manager approves that.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
The other.
Isn't Veterans Day November 11th?
It is.
And it happens to fall on a Tuesday this year.
It does. And so the real issue is that a lot of people are on vacation and not able to participate. So if you have a meeting, I think it's a hardship for the community.
Why are a lot of people on vacation on Veterans Day?
I don't know, I like to do that.
Well, also-
Because it's a long weekend.
But then we also have Thanksgiving.
Well,
No.
it's up to, if, we don't have to cancel any of these.
Yeah.
No, the Thanksgiving doesn't run into a problem with the
It's
meeting.
the 20th, right? Is it the 27th this year?
It's the last Thursday of the month.
So we're not going to be wanting to meet on the 25th, I wouldn't think. If anybody's going to want to take off time, it's going to be the week of Thanksgiving, not the week of Veterans Day.
Yeah, so another option is because Tuesday City Hall will be closed, you could have the meeting on Monday or Wednesday.
Yeah.
No, we have the week of Thanksgiving meetings on Tuesday, 25th.
Right.
And Thanksgiving weekend isn't until the 27th.
But I'm saying if somebody's going to want to, yeah.
So the city hall will be closed the 27th and 28th.
Right.
The 29th and 30th. And I certainly agree that is a popular vacation weekend. Veterans Day.
Yeah.
But I don't like these very long meetings, and if we fall too behind, I think this is what happens.
There's
So
a lot going
I
on.
think we should have the October 14th meeting for sure.
What about
Okay?
the November one?
And in November, why do we have to cancel November meetings?
Because City Hall will be
November
closed on
11th is
Tuesday.
Veterans Day.
Oh.
But you could move it to Wednesday if you're available. Is city council available that Wednesday?
Yeah, November 12th,
Yes.
Does that conflict with Planning Commission?
2nd and 4th. Yeah.
Planning Commission is the first
Or it's the
and
1st and the
third.
3rd.
Yes, so
it doesn't
it would be our same week. It's only we're moving it to Wednesday instead of Tuesday.
Why don't we just do that? Let's move it to the 12th. We have a
You know,
lot
if we
going
have
on.
a council, if we have a quorum, we can have the meeting even if it is Veterans Day. I mean, we can still have a meeting.
It's true.
So the question is, do we want to cancel that one or not?
That's true. That's true. I mean,
do we? I'm
still
going
have
to
our
be
regular
here.
meeting.
But on the 11th, Rob, are you going to be out of town on Veterans Day?
No, I'll be here.
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
I'll be here.
So there's a quorum.
Yeah.
Just
How about
because
you?
the office is closed in the daytime.
Just the office will be
So we're
closed.
all
That's
here.
So we could
Okay.
still have it that night.
Okay.
So I'd like to see us hold the November 11th meeting also, because Thanksgiving is coming up and the Christmas holidays are
Yeah, we
coming
are,
up.
yeah. I mean, Ventura College is open on the, I have clinical that day, so I'm surprised. Probably the post office is closed too.
So what about the, when we approved the yearly, no, I guess we didn't do that. What did we just say about the December 23rd meeting?
November 23rd.
No,
November
there's 3
25th.
meetings we're considering. We've decided to hold the October 14th meeting. We've decided to hold the November 11th meeting. The 3rd meeting to decide on is the December 23rd.
Well, that's.
Oh, we usually take off that
That we
week,
take off.
yeah.
No meeting on the 23rd.
No.
So we want to cancel the one on the 23rd?
Yeah, November 25th, that when we're going to meet.
Well, I'd cancel that one too.
Or is it?
I'd use the 25th of November and the 23rd of December.
Yeah.
Are we not having the meeting on November 25th then, Thanksgiving week?
It's up to the council. At this point in time, I haven't scheduled anything on the 11th, but I have scheduled some things on the 25th, but I can flop that. And so if you want to,
The council meeting, the regular council meeting is on a Tuesday?
it is.
Yes, dear.
You're sharper than you thought at this point in
Sometimes
time.
it's always Wednesday, as it looks like.
And the
Sure.
Thanksgiving is
I don't
on
know whether I'm
the
I don't know if I am
Thursday.
either.
So that's
Option
2
to
days
go
away
on.
from Thanksgiving.
Right. By tradition, we always take a break in December as far
And
as
in
the
Nov-
last, the
And in
second meeting.
November.
And we usually take off that 25th of, or the week of Thanksgiving too.
Right.
But I just don't want to run into having to have a huge meeting the next time that runs till all sorts of hours. I'll be around on the 25th, but I can't, no, I don't know if everybody else is.
Well, in October 14th and October 11th, I mean, November 11th, we decided to meet in order to prevent getting that backlog.
Yeah. So if you're comfortable taking off the 25th, that's fine with me.
How about you?
I'm good either way.
Okay. So I'll make a motion
Thanks.
that we take off, that council be dark on November 25th and December
23rd.
23rd.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, our next item. At this point, we're going to recess as the city council, convene as the Ojai Redevelopment Successor Agency. The item is consent calendar, warrants and minutes.
Move to approve?
Roll call.
Latz,
Yes.
Clapp,
Yes.
Laura,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
Strobel.
Yes. All right, we'll adjourn the Ojai Redevelopment Successor Agency, reconvene the Ojai City Council meeting. And I think that's all of our items, reports from council members.
I just wanted to say that sitting on Jerry Brown's desk right now is a statewide law that would ban the use of single-use plastic bags. And isn't Ojai the trendsetter? We did that 2 years ago. So that's very interesting. And also, my husband's told me about, there is now a groundwater, the state has also come out with more restrictions on groundwater and laws to follow. Has anybody gotten yet how that will affect our OBGMA or any follow-up on that? Okay, maybe by next meeting we should find out how that's going to help our OBGMA. It might give them a few more teeth or something.
Any other reports from council? Our city manager, Mr. Clark.
Yes, ma'am. So the Rhino Reform Committee of SCAG is still active, and there's a meeting on Monday at 1 o'clock that I'll be attending. And specifically, they're talking about a proposal from Ojai that a law be enacted similar to one proposed by Assemblymember Levine a couple of years ago that allows the COG to give waivers to communities that are small for less dense development if that development's consistent with the development pattern in the city. And as you know, one of our big bugaboos in trying to get the housing element approved is that the type of densities that are required by the state don't really fit our development pattern. So we'll be making a pitch for the committee to support that.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
Mr. Fletcher?
Nothing, ma'am.
Chief Kinney?
Yes, I'd like just to announce that this Saturday from 10 to 4, we're going to have the drug take back at the PD, and as well as all sheriff stations. So if you have medication at home, prescription, or over the counter, you can bring it in and we'll take it. And then also, I'd like to remind the public, we've been having a uptick in thefts in the city, specifically from vehicles. And a good majority of these are preventable if people would lock their cars, or if they need to leave something in their car to put it in their trunk, or preferably take it with them. But a lot of them are unlocked vehicles, so if you can lock your vehicles, that would be great. That's it.
And back to the drug collection. Do you still keep the container at the PD where people can drop off drugs during normal business hours?
Yes, we do. We're one of the only stations that does that. So this is now a department-wide program for the weekend. So we'll be there on Saturday as well. So, but we do here in Ojai. It's available Monday through Friday from 8 to 5.
Okay.
Chief, you're talking about any prescription drugs that people
correct.
have, they're leftover, whatever, right? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay.
No needles, though.
No needles, though. Okay.
And I don't see any department heads out in the audience. Madam Clerk?
No.
Just to remind everyone to vote November the 4th.
Remind everyone to vote November 4th and have registration forms at City Hall.
Well, when do the ballots go out?
October 6th, they should start mailing out the permanent mail vote to voters, and then everything will start following that.
From what I remember when I've worked at the booth, if you request a mail-in ballot, okay, and then you forget to mail it in, and it's the day of the election, you need to either bring it to a ballot station and submit it, or you can bring it to the county. But don't stick it in the mail that day, because it won't get to the county in time to be counted.
That's correct, and I will have a ballot box at City Hall.
Excellent.
Now, if someone mailing in ballots waits until the last moment, they can bring it here to City Hall.
That's correct.
And it will count.
Yes.
Okay. Meeting adjourned.